Amy, some Black Dam Pride time. Might be this individual responsible for that vomit. Not far from where we found that fur ball. Found a few individual tracks on the way. Saw where the buffalo crossed. Found where lions had been lying down, and we've got the one. So we'll probably find some more around here if we scratch around, and maybe they'll be hunting the buffalo.
Now, like I said, elephants, their teeth, they move from the front, and they have 6 sets. But rhinos only have 2 sets of teeth in their lifetime. But it's rather interesting. They do not have any front teeth on their upper or lower jaw bones. That's why I see when they're feeding, they majority of the time using their lips to rip that grass off. They have 12 teeth in total, and they will have 3 premolars and 3 molars on each side of the jaw. So they'll kind of be evenly distributed. So 3 molars one side, 3 molars the other side, and they are also somewhat serrated in a sense.
Now, I have been searching for the toppy boys, for my T-boys rather, nothing doing. What I've seen instead are elephants, and these elephants are in the Bila Shakalaga, where those boys are still glued in. Not sure why they do not want to come out. But I was imagining if they're anywhere near here, because this is the last I saw Kyungos this morning. Once in a while we have seen the elephants, pushing the elephants, or rather the lions, from where they are, bedding, and that has not happened. But still very convinced they are in here somewhere, and hopefully they are going to come out. I really need these T-boys to say goodbye to me. Or rather, I need to say goodbye to them.
I bet David should come to this side to see our Black Rock youngsters. So these are the youngsters that missed out on a hunt this morning, and he was the one that tried to swing on that buffalo, and in the background I can see the rest. So in total the sub-adults from the Black Rock Pride are 7 in number, and I can see in the background I can see more. While some are laying flat, there's one that is up just watching us. So this particular spot is where we normally see buffaloes during the day and in the morning. And this is the oasis. This is what I was talking about early in the morning, where the buffaloes will come from a mud wallow, where they'll come for the fresh grass here, very soft because there's plenty of water, and also back.
That's it for this episode of Safari Catch Up. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you on Safari.
And may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the dawn. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the sunrise. A safari here with some giraffe. Here we are in Sandringham Private Game Reserve, and my name is Steve. I'm joined by the one and only Mpo on the back of the vehicle, and two young gentlemen that are joining us as well for the next few days. We're very excited to be out this afternoon, this morning, and what are we going to find? Now, it's going to be Eric joining me, and the two gentlemen from the Masai Mara Sentinel will not be out this morning. So we're going to spend some time with these giraffe, but we would like to show these young guys some lions because, well, they've come all the way from the United Kingdom and they would like to see some lions. So we're going to put some effort in today, aren't we, Paul? Yes, we are. Going to put some effort in to find... Oh, we've got some alarm calls. Not very confident alarm calls. Of an impala. But Eric is out and about down there in Amakala. Let's go say good morning to him.
Well, good morning everybody, and welcome to the Sunrise Safari. My name is Eric, joined by Morgan behind me on camera, and this morning it is a beautiful day. It's slightly chilly, but it's a beautiful day nonetheless. Not very many clouds out and about, so we will see the sun rising this morning, going to give us the beautiful golden hour in the morning, and hopefully the animals are out and about for us here in Amakala Game Reserve. Not exactly too sure what we're going to find, but we'll scratch around the west and head somewhat east, and maybe something along the way will pop out for us. But in the meantime, we're watching some waterbuck all the way at the top of a slope, grazing starting their grazing. I'm sure they've been grazing for quite some time, as you find a lot of animals when there is in an area where there's not as much water. They will start grazing quite early in the evening and late or early in the morning as well, when there is lots of dew on the grass. Get a little bit of extra water in. But might I remind you that this is a live and interactive show, so your questions and comments are very much welcome. Should you have any, please do get in touch with us via the various social media platforms. We love to hear your questions and we love to hear your comments. Well, these waterbuck usually can be found in this particular area. It's like a rectangle / block of almost 2 to 3 kilometers in this particular area that we have been seeing them recently. There's usually some eland that's also hanging around with them. Wow. Now, that is an antelope that we don't see very, very often, and that is the mountain reedbuck. There might be even more than one of them. Big ears, white belly, white backside somewhat, and just walking out in the open. Like I say, they're very, very skittish animals, and we don't have very many of them here at Amakala, so when we do see them, it's actually quite special. But here where we are especially is where we tend to find them quite often. Zaitis, good morning. It is. Amakala is a very, very interesting place, and there's lots of very cool things to look at, and things that'll kind of make you go, oh my goodness, that is very cool. I'm surprised this little guy is by himself. There may be some others, maybe around the bushes. You don't usually find a mountain reedbuck by itself. You usually find them in groups. It may not be big groups. Sometimes there'll be groups of 3, groups of 4, sometimes even 8. But most of the time you will find them not like this one, by itself. I wonder where the rest of your friends are. Are you going to go make friends with the warthog? Not the warthog, the waterbuck. Quite possibly. But we're going to send you over to Steve, who's made a great start and believe he's got an elephant.
Thanks, Eric. One reed buck. Well, we've got one elephant that we can see. And it's important to know when you see elephants, are they male or female? And I know many people go, oh, but it's so easy to tell. You just look at the side of the head. Well, when they turn like this, yes, you can see the head is more rounded. Sort of the top of the forehead there is more rounded. But how else can you tell if one is a male or a female? The fact that it's on its own generally is a telltale sign, but it's not a given. I found females on their own before. Another important element is when they're looking straight at you, because sometimes you're not looking at them from the side. You're looking at them straight on. You'll notice that the tusks where they erupt out of the face are wide. The females, their eyes get wider, and where the tusks erupt are always very narrow. It's always very narrow. If you had to draw a figure of 8 around the eyes, and then the top of the figure of 8 around the eyes, and the bottom of the figure of the 8 around the tusks, the bottom of the figure of the 8 would get bigger with a male and would get narrower with a female. So it would be out of balance figure of 8, with the top of the figure 8 being bigger than the bottom. Does that make sense? Yeah. Have a look when you see now. You can see that if I drew a figure of 8 around the eyes and then came down and did the bottom of the figure 8 over the tusks, it's almost square on this guy, whereas a female gets very narrow. It almost forms a triangle shape. The tusks erupt out very, very narrowly. And another way to tell is it's hard sometimes, but sometimes it's a dead giveaway. Sometimes it really is. Do you hear that sound though, that bang? Sometimes that's all you hear when you're in the thickets. Oh, he's going to come say hello. It's okay. He's just moving quickly because he's going down the hill. Are you going to walk behind us? And he walks behind us. Smile. That banging sound of a big pile of poo hitting the floor. I've avoided elephants. I've avoided elephants a number of times in my life in the thickets by hearing that doom. It's a very helpful sound to listen to. It's right behind us, and I'm going to have to reposition my elephants to start the day, and it's definitely a boy. Do you all agree? There's no doubting that. He's quite a relaxed boy as well. Very delicate feeding now on that spike thorn. It's quite a spiny branch. Just stick my face into a thorny tree and just consume it. It's quite the thing. Thorns weren't really invented to stop elephants. Ollie, it's difficult to age an elephant by tusks. Obviously, if an elephant's got enormously big tusks, you can guess that they're quite old. But it is genetics. It's genetics. There are other ways of doing it with regards to, but you know, there's guesses that can be had. There's guesses that can be had, and you need to have long-standing information. I was given information about ages of elephants, and then when I went to Amakala, I had assumptions about ages of elephants there, and I was completely wrong, because they know the ages of all their elephants there, and I was very surprised at the size of some of the elephants that they say were 18 or something, or 20. I was like, wow, I can't believe that animal's that old, but they've got their birthday. So I did some work with endangered, who was it, with the Save the Elephants years ago. They were putting collars on elephants, and the elephant obviously would get darted. It's very hard to put a GPS collar on an elephant while it's awake. They don't really allow you to do that. And you could do teeth molds, because the teeth are the most accurate way of aging an elephant. Although it still only gives you within 2 years, because of the molars that they have. They get 6 sets of molars in their life, and they are erupting in the mouth at different stages of development. And if you do a mold, just like your dentist would do, you put a bit of fluoride paste on your teeth, and then you take it out. It gives you a perfect mold of the teeth structure, and then you can get the estimate of an elephant's age within about 2 years, depending on how those molars are currently sitting in the elephant's mouth. Obviously, when you find an elephant skull, you can look at it that way as well. That's a very uninvasive way of doing it, but that elephant then is generally dead. So Pedro, I suppose you could say that. In the 90s, up until the mid-90s, they had been culling elephants in the Kruger National Park without any backed up science. They had ideas, they had what they thought was happening, but there was no actual evidence. So from the late 90s into the 2000s, they were darting elephants and putting collars on them so that they could work out where these animals were going, how far, how the seasons changed, what their range use was. Because before that, they didn't have any information. Everything was observational. But once you've got a GPS tracker on an animal, you get 24/7, 365 days of the year information of that animal's movements. And with those collars, they were able to figure out enormous amounts of information about what's going on with elephants that before they didn't have any clue. And all that information's available now. And it just shows how the females move, how the males move, how the breeding herds move in relation to the seasons. And it's really formulated a lot of what the Kruger Park knows now about elephants. And up in places like Kenya, it's also given a lot of information about how elephants use the land, especially with regard to human risk. So it's given a lot of information, and it's been very, very helpful. Okay, well, Eric is caught up with an animal himself. Let's send you over to him.
Well, indeed we have. We found ourselves in Ierland. Another lone soldier out here where we can't see any others. I wonder if this is going to be the trend of the day, finding animals by themselves. As it isn't unheard of, it's not normal that we see this. It's possible, I mean, look, there's quite a bit of thicket behind this particular lady, and it's possible that she could be maybe just kind of dawdling a little bit. But female eland, no, there's someone else, I can hear them. The funny thing with eland is you can actually hear when they are walking. They because they have so much weight on them. With females, often weighing between that 500 to 500 650, maybe even 700 kilograms. They obviously tend to put a lot of pressure on their hooves. And when they put that pressure on the hooves actually end up splitting. And then when they pick them up, they click together. So I've heard she was obviously feeding on that sweet thorn and not doing very much moving at all, except for the moving of her neck and her lips, of course her tongue. And I heard this kind of click, click. So someone is behind the bush on her left-hand side, walking around. Kevin, most of the time, anything white, the underside or legs of the animal, is either part of the disruptive markings. So when they're in the bush, it's to make them look like their legs are patches of sun shining through a canopy. And if it's on their belly, it's to help with the reflection of sun rays and heat when they are lying down in an area where there might be some hot sand or hot rocks or hot soil. That's why you'll find a lot of animals that live out in the open, obviously with the exception of black wildebeest. But most of your plains game will have these white bellies. Very cool. Oh, she's feeding on a sweet thorn, which makes her a a mixed feeder. A mixed feeder consists of a browser and a grazer at the same time. For those who are unsure of what I'm talking about, a browser is an animal that feeds off leaves on trees and small shrubs, whereas a grazer is an animal that feeds on grass. And we do get a couple of animals that will do a bit of both, and those are the animals that generally have the best chance at survival in an area where there is a bit of both. The reason being is because they have more food sources than those that are just browsers and more food sources than those that are just grazers. There are a lot of different plants out here that said eland can feed on, and obviously there's a lot of different grasses out here as well that they can feed on. Some animals are very picky about what grass they feed on and what grass they eat, and some animals are also quite picky about what trees they go after. Most of the time, I think it's browsers are less pickier than grazers are, because some grazers, they won't even eat the whole bit of grass. There we go. Some of the grazers won't eat the whole column of grass. Sometimes they'll eat the top of it. Sometimes they'll eat, half of it. Sometimes they'll eat maybe 3/4. And then there's some that just eat the entire piece of grass from top to bottom, which includes roots. Those are usually elephants. Rhinos are not so much the grazers that eat everything like the elephants do. They tend to munch just a little bit of the top half. It seems like there's a bit of a herd here. Jonah, yes, it is. I mean, genetic diversity is important for all animals, and making sure that there isn't inbreeding. That's where problems can come in with animals. So genetic diversity is a pretty big thing, and I think that's why there's always such a massive competition during the rutting season amongst the males, and why males of the herds end up chasing away the younger males that grow up within the herd. They don't want those males potentially mating with other females of the herd. And I imagine some of the females also don't necessarily want it. Those males could potentially be related, depending on how long the male who is in charge has been in charge of said harem. These guys are so big, so muscular. And waiting to see some baby eland. They're quite funny things to watch. When they run, their legs, because their legs are so long, it just looks like they're just not in control. Serena, I've never seen an eland feeding on an aloe. The aloes usually get taken out by the baboons and the elephants and a handful of other animals as well. But I've never seen antelope going and purposely feeding on the bitter aloes or the French aloes or the slanted aloes that we have here in Amakala. I wouldn't put it past any of them. I've never observed this. But I tell you, she is enjoying that bittersweet thorn. Look at that. She's just pulling all sorts of pieces off. And one would wonder how they're able to feed on such a thorny bush. Because if you look carefully, if you look at some of the bushes in the foreground, you see lots of long white thorns. And there's also on that branch that she's feeding on. It's just the lining of her mouth as well as her tongue is actually quite tough. If this was painful for her, she would not be doing it. If this was a problem for her mouth, she wouldn't be doing it. She'd be avoiding it and perhaps going and feeding on a plant maybe that doesn't have thorns. But obviously, being the largest antelope, they, like I said, they do come at a bit of a weight. Males quite often surpassing that 850 kg mark.
Oh, yes, there's a leopard. I've got a leopard here. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muscles and Paul. Well, it is Feline Friday.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
corpse dragger. You know, Necrosites is the corpse dragger, and the Monachus is a monk-like. So very much a monk-like looking bird, and they are very well associated with corpses. Obviously, we do find other vultures associated with carcasses, but in my experience, when you find one of these guys and other birds of prey, generally there is definitely something happening. But we're not far from the river. There's a colony of white-backed vultures not far from where we are that seems to be chilling out in a tree every single day for the last few weeks. We haven't managed to find anything with them, but he hasn't been with them. If he was with them, I definitely would have walked in there and had a little scratch around. Barry, it's very much a visual thing. Obviously, the vultures, when they're sitting in trees like this, they're not communicating a lot. But once the temperatures increase and the thermals generate, vultures catch the thermals and then they go up. Oh my goodness. Well, those stalks at the back there. There is definitely something happening over here. And there's stalks and vultures behind us there. Behind this bird. Let me show you. Oh, we've been looking for our lions and they're probably right here. So I will explain to you now. Can you get them at the back there? Marabou stork and some more vultures. So vultures go up into the sky into like a grid. They go into like a grid. They all space themselves out. They go up a kilometer or so into the sky, and then they all space themselves out like a very nice pattern. And as soon as they're like this, and as soon as one of them dips, this one moves in, this one moves in, and then as each one moves in, they all come. So every now and again you get an individual who might be inexperienced and he might come down for the wrong reasons, and he can pull in vultures from kilometers away. 50, 60 kilometers away vultures can pull in, because they're all observing their, what would you say, their chommy, Their chommy, their pals, left and right of them, and as soon as one of them break that grid, in they come. And once they're down, it's quite a challenge to get back up again. So I feel like there might be something happening behind here. We're going to have to try and navigate it. We're sort of just on the other side of the construction area, so it's a little bit of a challenging area to play around in. And when you have a look at the vegetation, it is impossible to access there with the vehicle. So I'm going to have to go up that other road there. Means we're going to have to go back into the construction and around. But normally these guys are indicating, yeah, we got no access. There's no access. Wendy, things are exciting. Yes, indeed. Always exciting. But are they going to be fruitful? That's another story. You know, there's a lot of trees down. Off-roading in many parts of this reserve are nearly impossible. But you never know. I might go for a little walk just now, just to see if they are here, and then we can figure out where exactly we can try and access, if at all. Bearing in mind, everybody, it is in the morning, so whatever happened yesterday, if anything happened. As Paul likes to sometimes say, the vultures on Sandringham are drunk, because they are very unreliable. But when I find one of these guys, one of these hooded vultures, I normally get quite excited. They are the easier flyers, so they can jump and get away from lions very easily. So they are far more commonly associated with fresh kills than the rest of the vultures, who are often just drying themselves after having a bit of a wash. Okay, well, I've never seen a hooded vulture down in Sandringham, but let's go see what Eric and Morgan are up to.
I've never also seen a hooded vulture in Namakala. Would be cool to see one. For the time being, you have the Cape vulture, and if I'm not mistaken, the whiteback vulture also are around in the area. Someone saw quite a big flock of them not too long ago, sitting on I think it was on a rock face somewhere around Amakala. Maybe they had located a kill that the lions or the three amigos had made, and were coming to clean it all up. Very important birds to our environment. Them and the crows, because before Valpro was here, we used to get vulture sightings, but there was usually like one or two vultures seen in the year, and it was maybe only like a handful of times in the summertime. Now that there's Valpro, there are more sightings of these birds, and rightfully so. We need them. But like I said, before as many vultures had been introduced into the area, it was a lot of crow activity. So the animals that would have been cleaning up would have been crows and jackals, to basically help with the disposing of the rest of the carcasses. Oh, that sun is nice. It's warm. Obviously a little higher up as well, making it extra warm. You go down into the lower parts of the reserve, it becomes a bit cold. There will most likely be jackals. Jackals will be the ones to help with the cleanup. But even so, I mean, the lions and the cheetahs don't necessarily leave much on the carcasses that they feed on here. They pretty much leave only skin and bone left. There's much for the jackals, but there's still a couple of morsels, but it's mostly crows that help with the cleanup. It's going to turn into a beautiful day. It's not supposed to get too warm. It's supposed to be about, well, I suppose it is going to be quite warm. It's only going to be 28, which it could be worse. It could be worse. Low-key, no. None of the parts of Amakala are burnt. No, the grass rejuvenates itself pretty well, and a lot of the trees and shrubs here regrow leaves pretty quickly, so there's no real reason for them to burn. Because Amakala's not large, it's not small, it's between that 8,000 to 10,000 hectare sort of size, which is quite nice for the amount of animals that we have here. Never at full capacity, which allows more movement, and I think that's why we're starting to see, more of our aardwolf, our aardvark, and our brown hyenas, because there's not a high density of predators, which makes it easier for these animals to be able to move around. When you do have a high density of predators, you'll find that there'll be less sightings of your brown hyenas, quite a timid animal, and can be subjected to bullying by a lion, as well as the aardwolf and the aardvark. You know, they get chased not only by the lions but by the cheetah as well. And because there's more space for these animals to move around, it in turn leaves nice little gaps for our exotic animals to come into the picture, which is amazing. And it's really exciting to see all of these animals, you know, starting to become more and more seen, shall I say. Amakara really is going places, and it's not going to stop here. It's going to continue to thrive. Oh, I thought it was frost. It's just the color of the grass. Hey? No, I can't. I've lost feeling in my hands. I don't know what's going on. We're going to send you all the way up to say good morning to Tim and find out what his plans are for today.
Jumbo Jumbo, good morning and welcome to Nkewa, and look at what we have, the sub-adults from the Black Rock Pride. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. It's an early morning where we come always to look for these lands, but today it's only about 3 minutes away from camp and we just bump into these lands on the road. Looks like they're on a mission, and it's all of them. It's all of them. Some of them are running. And I'd really be keen to see where they're all going to. Seems like they're on a mission. And I had one calling, and that was a contact call. Probably they're looking for their mothers. I'll just follow, look. Trotting along. I like the way they run. Look at that cat run. It tells you that that's on a mission this morning. I don't know, but I'll keep on following them. Beautiful sunrise and beautiful on their coat and skin. Oh, that's running, trying to catch up with the rest of the pride. Duckman lover, Jumbo Jumbo, and Water Start is waking up to this, you know, expect the unexpected every day. So I have to look and see what else is on the other side, because it seems like everyone is running. So let's see where they're going. I'm gonna turn around and follow them. You can see how they're walking in a single file formation right in front. So they're heading to the Makari stream, and that's where I saw the father. That's where I saw the father yesterday, and some of the Sopa pride. So probably they're following a scent, because all of them are walking in that single file formation and they're following that route. Probably the one that was calling, trying to get a contact call and trying to get a response, was the one that used that path. Hairy body structure, the way they walk, crouching on the ground, so tail not moving, and then shoulders low, eyes fixated to the target, and also ears pointing forward. That is one of the things that we tell by looking at the body structure and body language of a lion when they're hunting. So there's 7 sub-adults in this pride, and they're all moving together. They all associate themselves together, even hunting. So it will be nice to see where they're leading us to. We always say expect the unexpected. So if anyone came around now, they'll never say there are lions around here. Look at how they blend in so well. With the grass cover, the red oat grass, giving a bright, shiny coat. Also giving the lions a cover. And that's the reason why lions use the grass to go hunting. Alexa, this is the sub-adults from the Black Rock Pride. There's 7 in number, and they're on a mission this morning. I don't know where they're taking us to, but I will be following slowly. Right now they're completely in the cover. You can only see the black spots and the ears, the head. Looks a little bit like they're scanning, scouting where they're going. Who knows, maybe there's a kill somewhere. And off they go. So there's one that is trailing them. It seems like he's looking at something there. Because it's a tough terrain, so I'm going to follow slowly and see where they're taking us to. As I follow, I have to keep on looking what's happening around the surrounding there. So I have to scout. Oh, you know what? There's some buffaloes around there. Thanks to my binoculars. So there's buffaloes around there, and they've moved closely, and I can see them spreading up. So let's take you over to Eric while I position to see if we might witness a hunt.
We've got a rather interesting looking plant, and it is a succulent. It goes by the name of sour fig. Now, when you hear the name fig, you hear fig, which obviously means that this
Well, welcome back everybody. Sorry for that. But I walked into where the vultures were and I found a giraffe carcass that has been well and truly fed upon. Freshly so. But it was a big giraffe. Big legs, but well and truly picked clean. So the lions were there. We've just come down to the river to see if maybe they came down to drink. But no tracks so far, so it's possible they went the other way. There is another river on that side to the Malawan stream with some little pans. We'll just loop around here quickly towards the main Timavati Dam section, and then we'll loop around, pick up on the tracks, see where the lions have gotten to. We only had one track of a male going up here. He probably wasn't involved in the initial hunt, but no doubt he would have gone in and enjoyed himself. But you know, pride of lion that fed on a big giraffe, we should be able to pick up on some tracks moving away from it. But not if they walk on this grassy patch here. Be pretty tricky, but you know, I do my best, everyone. I do my best. I do try. Jackson, it's all about availability, you know, and frequency with regards to how they see them. And if the adults are proficient at hunting that species, then the cubs learn that strategy very quickly. The Nkuhuma Pride, they've been buffalo hunters for a long time. I spent a lot of time with a pride in the Singita property called the Mountain Pride. I don't know if it's changed now, but they were expert giraffe hunters. But when it came to buffalo breeding herds, they didn't know what to do with themselves. They were very good at taking buffalo, individual bulls, but herds, they didn't know what to do with the dynamic. So we used to watch them chase them around, but they didn't see the pride, the buffalo herds as much as they saw giraffe and lone buffalo bulls. So it is interesting, but there's a lot of risk that comes with hunting a big giraffe as well as a big buffalo. A lot of risk. We saw that scene with Eric and his buffalo, and Paul, you were on camera, yeah? Where that lioness held the ground against that buffalo herd. What a machine. And here we were looking for this bird yesterday, and we heard it calling just now. And here it sits, watching vigil over the river. It just called. Did you hear that? Like right away. The African fish eagle, everybody. The sound of Africa. What's going on with the weather? There's some weather pulling in after yesterday's heat. We saw the storms building in the Highveld, and it was a clear sky this morning, and now we've got this gloomy overcast conditions, which is great. Yes, Julie, they are magnificent birds. I think many people can say the fish eagle is one of their favorite eagles. And as an African, there's something very unique. Oh, and the lilac-breasted roller is going to bomb him. Oh, he didn't. He was going for it, and then he thought, haven't had my brandy and coke yet this morning. Rollers landed in the bottom left of the tree. Look at the size difference. Come on. Give the fish eagle that side eye, hey, Paul? He's looking at him funny.
Funny, yeah.
The fish eagle's like, oh, not this guy again. Every time I come here, this guy comes and chases me. The lilac-breasted roller obviously is breeding nearby in a cavity. Fish eagle's not a major threat to the chicks of the roller. They don't have the adaptation to... There it is. They don't have the adaptation to steal chicks out of nests and holes in the tree. But it is a bird of prey. Okay, well, sounds like Tim's lions are on the hunt. Let's quickly send you back over to him.
Kwa Steve bado. So now our lions are still pursuing the buffaloes, and you can see the distance between that buffalo and the lion. The only thing that we can't see is where the lion is, but the lion is very close. So they spread out, the 7 of them. There is about 8 buffaloes around here, and these buffaloes are determined. I can see the way they're moving slowly. So a few weeks ago I saw them on a buffalo carcass, and now that I'm determined that the ones that took down that buffalo. See the body language, see the body structure. So there is one tucked in the grass. The buffalo is unaware at this moment. It's tension here. Butterflies in my stomach. I'm really voting for these lions. Just look at that body structure. So we can't really tell how many lions are here, but because I saw them moving here, there were 7, and little did I know them running. I thought they were watching or maybe catching up with their mothers, but look at what's happening. Look at the movement. Every step has to be precise, because anything that deters this buffalo will be a stick or any unusual sound. Eyes locked on the target. I'm not sure who she's isolated yet, but that tells you she's determined, walking slowly, approaching, advancing. Look at that. The oxpeckers gave a little bit of a warning, but the buffaloes ignored. I can hear them going again, the oxpeckers. So the silent signal passes between the lionesses. Look at that. Fred, this is close. This is close. So they spread out. There's 7 of them. Some of the buffaloes are looking, but there's one that is unaware. Every step moving forward, you can see now it's the lion's advantage because the buffalo is facing the wrong direction. So this is a coordination here. I don't know who is on the decoy head. I don't know who is pursuing, but let's see. Let's wait. There's a calf, there's a young one there, and I think she's ignored the one to the right. So her eyes are locked on a younger one. Simply because they're still young and the buffaloes cannot really put up a fight when they're young that much, because these lions are 7. So the adults can put up a big fight. See that buffalo grazing now? The second on the left of the screen is still an older one, but there's one to the left who I think the target is that.
I'm Ralph, and I'm taking you to Sibuya Game Reserve, which is one of the only game reserves in southern Africa accessed only by boat. We'll stay at the luxury forest camp overlooking the Kariga River with an abundance of bird life and animals grazing on the opposite bank. Luxury tented suites set in a riverine forest offers the perfect place for privacy and comfort. Join me on Sibuya and let's experience it together.
Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh! Woo! This is action-packed.
My full name is Maxine Gaines. Most people that know me really well call me Max. I'm a mum. I have 2 boys. One is 16 years old and one is 14 years old. I'm a very, very proud mama of my 2 boys. I've just always been passionate about leopards. I'm passionate about their conservation, I'm just passionate about everything to do with leopards. I love them.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Out here, every wild moment counts, and as a Wild Earth explorer, you will not miss out. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free 24/7, and you can even rewind if you have missed out on something. Enjoy the behind-the-scenes video clips as well as fireside chat, or get the early offers on our travel experiences. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
Their mothers have trained them well, because this pride are specialized in taking down buffalo. So it was a learning curve for the, oh, look at that, the chase is on, the chase is on. Oh, the big male is there. Oh, look at that. They're coming to fight back again. Oh, I didn't know that the big male is there. Look at what's happening now. They're chasing it now. On the run. Catch up. The youngster has decided to move. Oh. I'm going to reposition again to see. I didn't know that their father was around, and that's what they wait. That's what they wanted, because power is what they need, because buffaloes can put up a big fight. Let's carry on. Might be a miss because they ran away, but it was nice to see that. Sometimes it becomes what we call a failed attempt. Wow. My fingers were crossed. I have butterflies in my stomach. And to see that action is something that you never see every day. You don't always get to see lions hunting, especially when their fathers associate them. So they're still pursuing. I can see them running. The big male is there. I was lost for words at one point. What a sight. Looks like they're determined, because the big male has already followed them. That was a narrow escape. See one of them here. I wonder what's running through their mind right now. How did that buffalo get away? How? It happens. Still, these youngsters are inexperienced. You can see the only one experienced member was their father. So if the lionesses were present, then I would say that would have been 100% success. But that's how they do. It's a learning curve for them. The grass is tall here, so sometimes we get to lose them. to check the terrain here. Because you never know, there might be an advac hole here. I can still see them. Big James, do you see them? Right to our left there. Finally caught up with them. They're right here. They're still not believing that they lost the buffalo. It's a tough terrain here. It's a little bit rocky before you get to the marsh around there. So this valley drops into the Makari stream and it gets a little bit rocky. Animal lover, I know this is almost my eighth pursuit, watching these lions just going for buffaloes. I hope one day it will be a success. But it's nice watching that because every moment we see how the lion behavior keeps on changing. From the first one to this one now, the approach has been different. So even lions know it. They have to approach with care, with caution. I can tell they're still determined. They're still watching where the buffaloes are going and where they'll go to settle. I'm sure they're going to still follow them because that's the marshland there. And I think because of tension high, because they ran, they must come to a place where they have to drink. Look at how they blend in so well. You can't really tell if there's lions there. Oh, the big herd has moved over. I didn't know it was a big herd. It looks like a little bit of about 10 members, but seems like there's more than that. They all look very skittish. That was a big scare. You'd never know. The terrain blends in so well. With the help of our binoculars, we have to keep on scanning every time, because you never know what is just laying next to the road. So they mixed up with a bachelor's herd and also a breeding herd. So the ones that we saw were the last members that were catching up with the breeding herd. So they have to wait until maybe later. So the game of patience here is to wait and wait and wait, because putting down prey is never an easy task, because they put up a fight, they can run, just like what we saw the buffaloes running. And some of the members in that herd were trying to fight back. And that's why the big male retreated, because he caught up with that young bull. But as soon as he was trying to reposition and grab the neck, then the older one came and he had to let go. So he's coming back. What a moment, what a sighting. Let's go over to David to say good morning as we wait to see what these lions are up to.
Hello, and a very good morning, everybody. Warm welcome to the northwest of the Masai Mara, and in that thicket there I have seen a female who is just moving from that particular area. My name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Mufasa. Welcome to all of you. I am at that one area I call the Bila Shakalaga, and a few seconds ago I was with that female that we call Kaleo, which just disappeared in the thickets there, and I want to follow her because I know I will be getting her. Now the thing is, I want to get Kaleo this morning, and possibly my T-Boys. I'm sure you all know I changed the name from Toppy Boys, and I'm now calling them the T-Boys because today going to be a very big day for me. I may do a little dance this morning and maybe another one this afternoon because I'll be saying Kwaheri. Kwaheri means goodbye, and this is the day I am going also to baptize myself with Mama's drink. Mama's drink is the drink I've told you always to take, a drink that was brewed in North Carolina, but now it's made here in the Masai Mara of Kenya. So this is the big day. Stay with me as I'll be saying some little goodbyes to you today. My big plans are to stay where I am, because if I move forward a little bit, let me see, if I move forward a little bit, you tell me Mufasa, if you just push your camera through there and maybe with good exposure, tell me if you can see. How is that? Is that good? I go forward? Okay. More? Are you happy there? I just saw a little tush of a tail of a little cub from the cubs of Kaleo. So big day for me today. It's going to be my last day in the Masai Mara, but I'm very, very happy. As I said, the Toppy Boys got a new name. I'm calling the T-Boys, and also this is another big day to enjoy Mama's drink, as I said, brewed in North Carolina, but made here now currently in Kenya. Now let's see if Mufasa is winning in getting that cub there. Anna Marie, many thanks, and you're saying Jambo to us as we look forward to our final drive. Anna Marie, Jambo to you from the Masai Mara. Going to be a bit difficult to leave the T-Boys, but again, it is what it is. We'll definitely possibly be back in the new year, who knows? We'll be letting you know. Anna Marie, always wonderful to hear your name. Now, right into those thickets is where we have one cub from Kaleo. Kaleo is one female for the Marsh Pride. She got two cubs. And what I want to do is possibly maybe to go around the other side of this bill. There it is. There one is. Very well done, Mufasa. That's one of the cubs from Kaleo. Kaleo is a female from the Marsh Pride. Hello. Are you playing with your other sibling? As it is up to now, we haven't been able to identify or tell the sex of these two small little cubs here. Whether they're two males, two females, a brother and a sister, we have no idea. But one of them is very playful than the other. The thickets they are in are called orange-leaved crotons. Hello. Good morning. I'll miss you, tiny cub. Very good camera work, Mufasa. Mufasa is the new cameraman who took over after Edwin, and before Edwin we had Imara. And Mufasa has been saying he is a cousin of the lions. If you remember Mufasa from the Lion King movie. Inga, good morning back to you, and hopefully you're enjoying to see these two small little cubbies here of Kaleo. Kaleo is their mother, and she's from the Marsh Pride. And shortly before, I sorted out myself, I had some little technical challenges. They were basically, the both of them were nursing from their mother, and they just stopped. They're going to be right in that spot. And because it's warming up, chances are they'll come out from the thicket and enjoy a bit of sun. Kaleo is such a wonderful mother. She has seen her cubs now possibly going to 12 weeks. Possibly now they could be about 3 months old. They're just about, maybe 2.5 months. And apparently they have not started to eat meat. But I'm very sure the next kill, either from Kaleo or the Marsh girls or from the Toppy, sorry, not Toppy, from the T-Boys. I'm sure I'll keep calling them Toppy before I get it right, but it's me who gave them the new name, the T-Boys. If the T-Boys, of course, make a kill, I would imagine these cubs will start feeding on meat. In general, 2.5 months going to 3 months is always a good age for cubs to start nibbling a bit of flesh. They must be in that very particular spot where Mufasa is showing you the grass being blown by the wind. And those bushes there are what you call the orange-leafed crotons, which many cats have known to be very good repellents of insects. Peter, it is always very interesting, and I'm not sure remembering where we had lionesses having the same sex. I mean, I'm talking about the cubs, but Peter, yes, that is possible. We have seen a litter of 2 or 3, 4, and Peter, I'm sure you know there's been cases of litters that have been recorded of 6 cubs, but in general also, we also see all the cubs being of the same sex. That happens. It's not very common, but yes, Peter, just to give you an easy answer, yes, cases have been reported of litters, cubs being of the same sex. So what I think I'll be wanting to do is maybe to go around this lager here that they call Bila Shaka and find out if the mother could have moved behind those orange-leafed crotons. But again, as I said, because it's a bit cold and it's warming up, chances are Kaleo will bring them out of the thicket. So what I will do now is to back up a little bit, go around the Bila Shakalaga, but let's find out if Steve has caught up with his lions.
That must be nice. Lion cubs, lions hunting buffaloes. And we've just done a big loop around this block and we haven't found tracks of the pride coming out. That doesn't mean that they haven't come out. It just means that there we go. As soon as we think about them, they come out. So they are heading north here, away from it. Giraffe carcass is just here in the block. It's not very far. If we'd found this, we probably would have been able to get in there, which is disappointing. We didn't check this area for a few days, but I do feel like it is very possible that, see, there's a lot of lion tracks there now, and they're heading up and down, but generally heading in that direction. We did just come across tracks of a whole herd of buffalo that came across and went that way. So here's the lion tracks over there. They were lying over here and they've gone that way. Giraffe carcass is just over there. We might actually have an access to it. We'll have a look. See if we can go there and show all of you what happened. It's not very far. There is access here. Lindo, it's very hard to drag a giraffe. When they kill a giraffe, they feed on it right where they are. Sometimes if the giraffe gets a little bit smaller, they will drag it, but generally they kill it and they eat it where it falls. It's an enormous amount of weight. Enormous amount of weight to contend with. You can't be dragging it. I've seen a male lion dragging a giraffe, but it's a lot of energy. But it has been quite warm days, so they would have tried to move it, but they didn't move it under any shade that I could see. Let's try go there and have a little look. very close to our construction site. They're building their part of the lodge. I think the landowner's house actually is going to be pretty close to here. Look at this off-roading, and Paul. My goodness. Sometimes it's easy. Is this the right tree? Have I picked the right tree? I think it's the wrong tree. I shouldn't be saying things too soon, should I? It is all the way in over there. That's the tree with the termite mound. Ah, there it is. So this would have been great if we'd found the lions. So and Paul will be able to do a bit of a wide angle for you here to show you that this happened right on the spot, and there was absolutely no dragging this in any direction. There's a bit of shade behind me here, but this is a big animal. It's a very big animal. Look at the size of this foot. It's a big giraffe. It's not smelling meaty. This is very fresh. This is only yesterday that probably finished, and able to actually identify whether it's a male or female by the head. It's a young male. We'll probably do an off the vehicle segment just now so we can give you a bit of an idea of exactly what's happened here. But it's going to be a little bit tricky while the camera's on the vehicle over there, so probably try set something like that up for you. You see the flies are freshly here, but been picked completely clean apart from the legs. Lola, there's a little bit left on the legs. That's what the hyenas are going to be enjoying, but other than that, they have picked it clean. It's even possible the vultures have been in here. So, but it's not stinking. Yesterday was unbelievably hot, so we would have expected this to be rank by now. We know carcass like this in the sun, very short period of time, starts to get that very pungent smell, but this isn't smelling like that. This has got a nice meaty smell to it, and maybe the hyenas even came through this morning. Some of these bones over here have been broken. Okay, well, we're going to set up an off the vehicle here while we send you over to a virtual safari in Welgevonden.
The bigger ones are digging for the odd root or tuber, and good morning, everybody. My name's Andrew, and yeah, together with Leander, we are out here in the Great Welgevonden Game Reserve, and let's not forget Artie either. And yeah, we're actually on our way to find some hippos this morning, but we saw 2 elephant bulls, and at least one of them is in must at the moment. Alright, so we just had this most incredible experience with the breeding herd of elephants out in the Taibos Valley, and yeah, there's a stream that's just down here, and it seems like, yeah, they've been feeding around this area, probably drinking water as well, And yeah, they came onto the road, they walked straight towards us, and yeah, walked all the way around us, and they've just disappeared off into the bush just behind us. But what an amazing experience. Alright, so we've managed to find quite a cool plant driving down one of the valley roads, and it's this one over here. Now this one is called a velvet bush willow, which is easily identified by the four-wing seed pods, but more so if you run your finger down the leaf here, it's actually very soft, just like velvet. What I've noticed about these trees is that they tend to really enjoy growing sort of in these valley lines, ridge lines, and rocky areas, such as where we are right now.
It's so nice to see baboons that are so relaxed here. There seems to be a very good relationship between the humans and the baboons here at Welgevonden, with everyone keeping a respectful difference. I think this little one is trying to get at some tree gum, or maybe a beetle larvae in the trunk of the tree. The bigger ones are digging for the odd root or tuber, and if they're lucky, a grub or two, but it must be very hard at this time of the year to find enough to eat. The warthogs here will actually be searching for many of the same things as the baboons, but they won't be going for any insects at all.
Yeah, so we're actually having a chuckle over here because this is the second time in a row where we've tried to go for some hippopotamus and we've been caught up and being distracted by other types of wildlife, which is cool. I mean, that's the nature of safari. You're going to go and drive and you're going to go exploring and you're going to have a plan, but that plan might be foiled by other animals. But nevertheless, still great. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it has come to that time. It is the end of the virtual safari this morning and it's time for Operation Bacon and Eggs. So we're going to be heading back now. But I hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, I would just like to say thank you to Ngubani Sadiba and Makweti for making this journey a possibility. Thank you very much. Take care.
Well, welcome back live from Welgevonden. Always wonderful to explore other parts of Africa. And we're right in amongst it now. We're getting our shoes dirty and we're in amongst the flies, the maggots and the dung beetles. If you're just joining us, everybody, apologies if this is a bit gory for you, but there is a dead animal here that has been well and truly eaten, no doubt by the Black Dam Pride. This is a giraffe and this is what's left. We often talk about giraffe having a very long necks and we wonder to ourselves, but how do they have such a long neck? Do they have many more bones than we do? But actually they've got the same amounts of cervical vertebrae that we have. All that's happened is the vertebrae have just enlarged. So here's one vertebrae, there's two.
Join me at Mabula Private Game Reserve from the 10th until the 15th of March 2026 for an exclusive 5 nights for only 6 guests here in the natural, relaxed environment. Explore South Africa's finest reserve here in the Waterberg and enjoy the wildlife and the diverse landscape.
Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
Would you like to know what an elephant's favorite food is? You could ask me questions like that in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive from the heart of Africa. Over here. Watch Safari Live and connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
Out here, every moment counts. As a Wild Earth explorer, you won't miss a thing. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free 24/7 and rewind if you want to catch something again. Enjoy behind-the-scenes videos, fireside chats, and early access to travel offers. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
Is caught back up with his lions.
Yeah, very interesting info there from Steve, which is all very correct about giraffes. And Kaleo, the female that has 2 cubs on Marsh Pride, has been taking me round and round. The cubs also have been doing the same, and they have refused to come out of those thickets there. But of the 2 cubs, we have noticed one of them, it's very, very playful. I mean, it's just hiding in there and making the life of Mufasa very difficult to focus on her. But if you look carefully, you can see a little cub just playing, climbing the orange leaf crotons bushes there, coming down, biting them, scratching them. That's one of the cubs from Kaleo. I've just been hoping they're going to come out from where they are. They're right inside a laga that they call the Bila Shakalaga. And it has warmed up nicely now. The mother should possibly bring them out from that cold area. I think that should be too cold for them. But she has, or she's not doing that. If you go a little down, Mufasa, maybe the other way, yeah, there, exactly. I can hear some contact calling between the cubs and their mother. And earlier, before coming here, I saw Kiongozi, one of the T-boys, coming towards Kaleo. Not sure she was coming to try to nudge them to come out in the open, in the sun. Then again, Kiongozi disappeared in the thicket. To me, it's much warmer out here than staying where they are. Maybe they have a different feel. Being mammals like me, I guess they should just come out and enjoy the sun like I am from where I am staying, me and Mufasa on camera. So I think what I need to do is just to go around these bushes and find out if I am going to see any of the boys. The boys are here. This is where I left them last night, and I'm sure they have not gone anywhere. The fact that Kaleo, the female of the 2 cubs, is here, they'll definitely want to keep her company. they cannot stay very far from her. The worry of hyenas coming for the cubs must be very big. Let's see, lions have to grow to get to a certain age and also to develop their vocal cords, but we have found out, let's see, they may not roar, but they'll be able to do contact calling even from, I would say, a few days once they are born. To roar, it may take them about 2 years, 2.5 years. But there's something happening here. If Mufasa very quickly, there's a little fight going on in the laga. I don't know who exactly is fighting who, but the cubs have taken off all of a sudden, and something must have happened, and either there's a little fight between Kaleo and the males. We're going to find out. That's not very normal. I can just hear. Not sure who is fighting who and what could have gone wrong. I want to find out from here. We back up? But there's something going on here that I really do not know what it is, but I've had some little fight inside the laga. Let me just go a little bit close and see if I might see anything. But I've just seen the cubs running, taking off, taking cover. Something maybe Kaleo, the female, did not like, either with Kiongozi Fred, the cubs are very safe. I've seen the cubs taking off. They have run. They have all jumped right deep inside the Bila Shakalaga. It has gone quiet now. It's not anything we could see, me and Mufasa, but we had. But I got a feeling it was something between Kaleo, the female, and one of the males from the T-Boys. I mean, Fred, the good news are, Fred, the fathers of these cubs are from the T-Boys. I would not think they would want to hurt them. But again, sometimes the females are not very comfortable with the males near them. What I will do, I'll go around this particular laga and find out what could be happening. But in the meantime, we'll take you to Amakala.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the eye in the sky, and we're looking down at a pan here. It's actually called it's one of the Twin Dams pans. It's a series of pans that are right next to each other that are almost identical, and this is kind of a nice place where we've actually had elephants before, and brown hyena as well. And it's located quite close towards the dune thicket, and this is an area where animals who are in the dune thicket can come and have a drink of water, but also animals who are coming from the east can also come and have a drink here. It's not the greatest looking pan anymore. It's more of like a mud wallow. You can see us there, the bottom bottom, just directly at the bottom of the screen, and we're just watching, potentially waiting for something, and if something does come down, we'll see it. But you see all the network of paths that come right down to this particular waterhole. They're like veins on the back of a leaf. This path goes there, this path goes there. It's very cool. Charlie, this one, I don't know if they were swimming. They definitely would have been throwing mud on themselves. They would have had a drink of water. But the one where we saw them swimming is actually further west from our location. So it's not exactly this pan. But it's definitely a pan where we have had the elephants come down. And then they've actually gone west from here. There's a massive path that we've just parked on that the elephants will use in order to get from point A, there by the water, all the way to point B, to the thicket where they can feed. Well, we're going to send you over to Steve, who's still with his giraffe carcass.
Well, thanks, Eric. I know Eric would love to be here off the vehicle, having a look at what's gone on. And what has happened here, if you're just joining us, the lions took down a pretty decent sized giraffe, and the carcass is here. The feeding has happened. Around me, the grass has been trampled, the grass has been destroyed. There's hide on the ground there, there's bones everywhere, there's still legs that haven't been processed. And over here, we've got the remains of what would have been the stomach of the giraffe. And this time of year, there's a lot of dung beetles. So if you look around, you notice there's lots of holes, and then this is all stomach content that would have obviously erupted out once the giraffe had been killed. The stomach was here, and someone either ate the stomach or hyenas came along and ripped the stomach open. But this is the dung beetles burying the dung in the earth right here underneath. So remember that giraffes got more than one chamber. They got 4 chambered stomach, and so there would have been a fair amount of vegetation in the rumen, then in the abomasum, and then the abomasum, and then going down into the reticulum as it comes out into the intestines. And as we go further along and further down, you can actually tell where the lower intestine would have been because of all the little pellets that are forming over here. These would have been right towards the end, going through the lower intestine, getting maximum absorption of moisture, final nutrients before being expelled out. So you can almost see that the lower intestine was here and all the chambers of the stomach were over there, and nothing is going to be wasted. The bones will remain around. Some of these big bones, livable birds, CSI Sandringham, some of these big bones will be around for a fair amount of time. You'll have hyenas nibbling on them, porcupine, other animals will have time to feed on them as time goes by, but a number of them will remain here for quite some time, the calcium being a little bit of a nutrient source for some animals, slowly but surely. But the dung, nutrient hotspot, this animal died, its blood, its life force, everything that was about the giraffe's life has fed, sustained the lion pride. How many dung beetles are going to perpetuate their life cycle just because of this one kill? And there were a lot of vultures. So life is plentiful, it gives and it takes at the same time. Okay, well, Tim has found some more lions.
From that carcass there to where we've now come across Oloibor. Oloibor is one of the dominant males for the Black Rock Pride, and he's brother to Manuele. He was mating with one of the Sopa lionesses last Saturday, and it's been going on, and seems like it's come to the end because I can see the distance they're giving each other. I can see also that the lioness is on a hunting mode. Look at his mane and look at the beautiful mane there. Beautiful color. I'm gonna change position here as we wait for him to come back on from the other side. the lioness is here, and by the look of things, it's the end of their mating. It's trying to follow us slowly and patiently, but let's see what will happen here. On a normal occasion, when a lioness is in estrus, is the one that initiates the mating. But at this stage, because it's now almost like 5 days, I think she's already conceived. And just the distance they keep between the two of each other, but the two of them, it looks like it's the end. Let's just watch and see. This lioness is not from this pride, and this pride territory belongs to someone else. So their behavior is very interesting and very unique, because the Sopa pride have always been seeing her around Nkewa camp, and we're only about 500-600 meters to Nkewa camp. So once in a while they keep on coming in and out of this area. So David's had some lion cubs. Let's see what they're doing as we keep on following this mating pair.
Well, very well done, team, for having caught up with the mating pair. But just in front of us where we are going to see one lioness walking very close to us, and this is none other but Kaleo. And there was a bit of an altercation between Kaleo she's following the scent of her cubs, because she lost touch of the cubs after that altercation, and that exactly what she is following. And the cubs have shown up finally. Very good news. Hi mama, how nice. There was an altercation between two females. One was Kaleo, another female, I'm not sure who she was, and Kiongozi. Not sure what happens in the thickets. And I don't think it was something very good. I don't think there was any blood that was drawn. But I think the two females dealt with Kiongozi, and there they are. So what I want to do is, if she turns around, Mufasa, you allow me to turn around and find out where they could be going. And what a wonderful morning this is. To see Kaleo out in the open, and there's one other female. Let me know when Safa that's good for you, and that's perfect. Let me know when you are sawa. Kaleo might even choose to change the den. Catherine, what a day. Catherine, this, I think, they're just coming out to tell David goodbye. Catherine, I'm sure this will be my last day out here in the African wilderness. And Mufasa, excuse my big head. And they're just maybe doing a show for me and telling me, David, many thanks for the 3 months plus that we have been together. And I think Kaleo need to move away from these boys here. And that's exactly what she's doing, and telling the cubs, let's get out over here. I just had some sort of altercation, and it was sort of like a big fight for 3, 4, 5 minutes in the thickets. Nothing I could see, but I think it were two females and Kiongozi. I saw Kiongozi walk about 100 meters towards where Kaleo was with her cubs. Then he disappeared in the thickets, and the next thing I had was some sort of a little fight, the normal thing that goes on between lions. And Kaleo wasn't happy with that, and I think she is not going to remain with her cubs near the boys. Oliver, what would happen certain times, depending on the situation. Now, Oliver said the T-boys are the fathers of these cubs, but possibly not all of them. I highly doubt Oliver Kiongozi has been seen mating. I haven't seen Kiongozi mating, and I would doubt Kiongozi is I don't think Kiongozi, the father of these 2 cubs, could be the other 6 boys. And maybe with his ambition, he would want like to have, to father his cubs, with these particular lionesses. And for that reason, I don't want to think so. He may want to, bring these cubs down. And Kaleo is such a good mother, very clever, and she's like, we are not going to stay near those boys anymore. So Oliver possibly, now she's changing her den. She has done this 4 times, and there's another female that will show up now who are thinking possibly could be Nusurika, and Nusurika has been staying very close to staying so close to Kaleo, and that's Nusurika there, and I think she is going to give Kaleo company and making sure the cubs are doing well. In the meantime, let's go to a flying drone in Amakala.
Well, we are now hovering over the pan. You can see there's a couple of depressions there, and it's like an animal has been walking around, squishing around in there. Now, these could potentially be the markings of big elephant that has come down here and decided it wanted to try and do a bit of mud wallowing. Rhino, buffalo, warthog, any of the above. But then you look at the mud there, you can actually see what looks like, it actually looks like a little 2-track, little 4x4 track from something that's walked along the mud. Now that can only be one animal, especially there, and that is the terrapin. The terrapin is an animal that would be in and around that water, and they like this water, whether the water quality is bad or whether it's good. You will find them in these little pans swimming around, and it's most likely wanting to move from one little pond to another. Nina, it's a good question. Algae forms in a waterhole when it's usually stagnant water, where you tend to find that lots of sunlight with lots of plant growth within the water. It is actually quite strange because we noticed in a lot of the waterholes or little mud wallows around Jackie's, there were Jackie's and Chitwa actually. After the rain, the sun came out, a lot of algae had started growing, and I suspect that was due to the sun. Anyway, we're going to send you back over to Tim and the Leons.
So mating pair have decided to rest, and look at them, they're flat. Seems like they're a little bit tired. 5 days is not a joke. And first of all, when it began, this lioness was mating with Manuele, and now it's swapped over into mating with his brother Olebor. And the lionesses are very intelligent, they're very smart. They know that because these two pride areas, there might be a conflict, because right now they're into the Black Rock Pride, and because of them coming back and forth into this particular pride. So that is a way of protecting the cubs. So in the future, if the cubs happen to come across these two males, then they'll stay protected, because the two males will think that they'll know that these cubs are theirs. So in about 3.5 months, we'll be able to see some tiny little puffballs. By the look of it, when she was looking for prey, I saw some giraffe walking past, and she was very keen looking at the calves, and that moment I knew that it's done, it's over. he'll still be following her, but by the end of today, they'll all go different ways because it's begun about 5 days ago, last Saturday. So I would say this is now a happy ending for them. It's become a very peaceful moment where this pair will go back to their pride. So the Sopa lioness will go back. So from the Nkewa camp, there's a stream, Makari stream. So over on the other side, that is where the Sopa pride roams around. But sometimes you see the Black Rock pride coming into there, and the big males going over to the other side and back and forth. So it means that it's a peaceful transition of the males and also this lioness. Now that we know the cubs are in a separate den, in a different place, so this is too far off because there's nothing here to come for food. So where there's plenty of food, where the core areas of the pride, that is where the Black Rock pride defends. So right here, because there's nothing, at least it's okay for them to come around here. And study has been documented here that these lions from the Sopa pride, they hang around sometimes at Nkewa area and even sometimes around camp. Indigo, that is because the male penis has some sharp spines, and when they mate, so that triggers ovulation, and it can be a little bit painful to the lioness, and that's why you keep on seeing that particular movement. She's picked up some scent. Watching, and then she'll go back flat. I missed a hand this morning of the young Black Rock Pride members, so it seems like she's looking for something to eat, and I'm gonna keep an eye on her as I send you over to David.
Well, you never know what your lioness's team might do, because I can see what mine are doing. And there was a major altercation between these two females and Kiongozi. Kiongozi is one boy who is very ambitious. He's just over ambitious with his young age. And I would not want to say there was any blood drawn, but it has forced Kaleo to relocate her cubs from that particular den. And Kaleo is with Nusurika. Nusurika has been a very faithful friend with Kaleo since she gave birth to these particular cubs. She have always stayed together with them. And Mufasa, if you may give me just 2 seconds.
Let's go and take a look. See you out there.
Would you like to know at what age a buffalo calf gets its horns? These are questions that you can ask me in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on Safari Live and connect with nature.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Safari, wine, and waterfalls. The ultimate African adventure. Sip South Africa's finest wines. Experience a world-class safari among Africa's iconic wildlife. And stand in front of Victoria Falls, one of the natural wonders of the world. All this can be yours with Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
Story in this particular coalition of the T-boys. He's the youngest, but he's like, you know what, I'll be in charge here. Kiongozi's mother was called Summer, and Summer was such a huntress, and Summer held those boys together after they were pushed out of the pride. Giraffe Girl, this girls will definitely need a meal, but I'll tell you, Giraffe Girl, I'm sure you know Kaleo is such a good huntress, and possibly she may be getting something for herself today. Now, if we move from the lionesses Mufasa and you look at these antelopes here, as Giraffe Girl is talking about needing a meal, we've got some gazelles here and they're looking at predators, dangerous animals, and we all know they will not go for them, but this has helped us very many times to catch up with predators. That behavior of those ground gazelles, not sure the ground gazelle, yes, they look like ground gazelles to me from a distance, and you can see how they're looking at the lions and like, don't come close to us. So they have kept moving, and I think if it's okay, Mufasa, we can also move and find out where they're going, which I think Kaleo now will definitely be having a new den. After that, I would say nasty altercation with the one of the T-boys, in this particular case, Kiongozi. Marie, what would have happened here? The moment lions get to 3, 4 plus years of age, sometimes they tend to stay in different locations. And I think the other boys were not near Kaleo and Nusorika. But if they were nearby, what would have happened? They would have given Kiongozi a beating. They would have shown him his place. And on 3 occasions, the other 5 boys have taught Kiongozi a lesson. I've seen them on 3 times beating him, fighting him, and pinning him to the ground. Because again, as I said, to me, he is over ambitious. And what the other boys have been trying to do is to show him his place. And like, you don't belong here, you're younger, stay out, stay there. Now, we'll have one more look before they cross this particular laga, and let me know when you're Sawa Mufasa, as they're disappearing, getting into another different place. It could definitely be against the light for you, Mufasa. Could be tight, but I know you're getting good on the camera as days go by. So Kaleo is almost walking now a kilometer away from where Kiongozi was. And if the other boys will know what Kiongozi has done, they're going to teach him another lesson. But apparently, I'll tell you, Kiongozi has fought his place. On the 3 occasions I have witnessed him being disciplined, he has fought back and he has stood his ground. You see, Kaleo still looks the same direction where they had that altercation with Kiongozi. Wendy, these ladies will make it. As I said, if these calves now going to 11 weeks have gone this far, I'm sure they'll make it. And a very big high five to Nusurika, one of the marsh girls, who have stuck with Kaleo, I would say, from day one. She has walked with her, they have hunted together, and any times she has had issues, I'll tell you, Nusurika have stuck, and she has been like a sister in arms with Kaleo. They're disappearing in that particular laga, and we'll see whether I'll have a chance to go around the laga to catch up with them. And this is the very famous Bila Shaka laga. All right, let's see if we'll get a chance to go around again and catch up with them. But definitely Kaleo has changed or is relocating the den to a much safer place away from Kiongozi. From the northwest of Mara, some lions. Let's go to southeast of the Mara to team with more lions.
So that was a lucky Kaleo and her cubs, and I hope those cubs will make it into adulthood. So this pair has decided to just sleep and enjoy the cool breeze, the shade that has been formed by the sandpaper bush. But still, he stays guard. He is keeping guard, making sure that no other lion or his brother will not come closer. Earlier he was watchful, he was protective, ready to chase away rivals, but now this mating period has come to an end. His vigilance has become too soft. He's now decided to soften. I saw how they were walking a far distance apart, like about 20 to 30 meters apart. And often at times when they are mating, the lion or the male does not allow that distance to fall that much, to put up a big gap. They always stay bumper to bumper. So you can tell they've been spending energy continuously, and that's why they need some rest now. She glances at the male constantly and then goes back, as if she's also watching for a perfect time where she will just vanish over. Sometimes what they do, they just pretend that they're hunting, and the male will just be waiting, and then off she goes and returns back to the pride. Because when lions come into the mating period, especially the lioness, when they come into estrus, they isolate themselves and go into mating and then come back. Phoebe, it depends on the ovulation period. So when they mate, remember from the first day, so that mating process is what that induces ovulation. So even though she's mated with 2 or 3 different males, so that is only to guard and also to make sure that these males will think that the cubs are theirs. But during the ovulation process, the one that will be last during that ovulation period is the one that will conceive. So it's not all that will be able to fertilize her. So when they wake, I reckon they'll not stay much closer together anymore. The lioness will return back to the pride and go back into hunting mode and then go back to the social life. And for Olebor, he'll go back to his patrol. I can hear the go-away bird, the baby-faced go-away bird calling. Facial grooming there, some affection there. She's not happy. No, it's over. So that is an indication that the mating is done. It's over. Even though he's the king, sometimes the lionesses can stand their ground. And you can see he's now walking away. That is a sign of this is done, this is over. So it's time for him to return back to patrolling his territory and putting up his dominance, because when he was mating, who knows, maybe there was an intruder that came in. So he'll go back, find his brother, and start patrolling again. Yolandi, that was a grooming process, and by the look of it, he tried to go to her to see if she's still mating, but because she's already conceived, that was no. That's it. She was not in any way trying to do that, because there's a reflex that lionesses display called the lordoxis reflex. So where they arc their backs towards the male, and when they arch their backs toward the male, that is one indicator that it's ready. But because she was flat in the normal posture, that was not in any way going to happen. So let's send you over to Steve and to see what is going on around there.
Well, thanks, Tim. Sounds like you're having a fantastic morning. We're going to give you an update on what we've been doing. Let's go over to my phone. Okay, so this morning we found the vulture when we were there. I walked in, I found the carcass over there. We went and did a loop around, all the way around to the dam. Came back up here, got tracks of a male lion going in this direction. But we came back down this road. We got the buffalo herd tracks going across, lion tracks over here going away. This is where the carcass was. We've now done a loop over there. We've found where the buffalo have come across again, heading in this general direction. We've gone back down towards an area where we've been spending a lot of time recently, and we've now come back up here to see where these buffalo have come to. Now, all the buffalo dung that's crossing the road here has been unprocessed. There's been no dung beetles on it, which indicates it's quite fresh. So the buffalo are probably inside here. They haven't crossed here. And we have a feeling that it's possible that the lions are on their trail. So we're going to do a big loop around here again and see what we can come up with. But as always, the Mara is having all the luck with the big cats.
Good luck, Steve. You may never know what your loop might bring to you, but I have my lionesses now disappearing in the thickets after such a long walk. And Kaleo, to me now, looks more relaxed than before. And she's not turning back to look where Kiongozi is or where that altercation was. most likely once they get to this thicket, they'll be relaxed, and the cubs will settle from that trauma. And I still want to think today Kiongozi did not behave very well, and he could have possibly wanted to bring down these two little cubs here, meaning that he is not the father and he knows that. So Kaleo and Nusurika, I think, are debating what could be the best location to stash these cubs for the next couple of days, away from this particular naughty boy, Kiongozi. Joy, these cubs are wonderful. I can tell you, Joy, if I'm not wrong, they have done 1.5 miles from where they had that altercation. But when it comes to emergence, I'm sure, Joy, you know, when it comes to life and death, I would say this was a case of life and death. They get some super energy and they had to move fast, keep up with the mother. And if, Joy, there would be a situation where these cubs could not keep up the pace, what would happen is, as I try to move forward, what would happen is the mother would have, as usual, seen lions getting their cubs by the neck. And I think Kaleo would have picked one by the neck, and then Nusurika would have picked the other one by the neck and take them to safety. But at the age they are in now, I think looking at 10 weeks, 11 weeks, they can easily run and walk with the mother at the same pace. Now, I want to find out if this is where they are going to stay for the rest of the day or for the next couple of days. Let me know when you are Sawa Mufasa, and I'm sure you know Mufasa is the gentleman with me on camera, and very well done. I mean, I would say the two girls here have fought for these cubs from Kiongozi. Kiongozi is my second favorite boy. I'm not going to change that because this is my last day with him, but today he has not behaved very well, and I'm not very happy with him, but I still love him either way. They might want now to settle here for the next couple of hours before they make a plan. Is a vantage point. They can easily see Kiongozi coming. Just in my heart, I've been guessing these cubs, either the father is Zuri or Moja, but definitely not Kio. Zuri and Moja are two boys from the T-Boys. And hopefully Nusurika and Kaleo, the two girls here, and the cubs have recovered from that trauma from Kiongozi. I could tell there was an intense fight in the thicket, but there's nothing I could see. Jane, if I'm not wrong, right there where they are, Jane, that is going to be their new den. This Arilo Laga, I'm still in the same laga that they call the Bila Shaka Laga, and this has been about, roughly, Jane, about 1.5 miles from where we had that altercation of the two girls and the cubs with Kiongozi. I got a feeling this could be their new den. I'll follow up, but there's a nice area here where Kaleo can stash her cubs for the next couple of days, but I think way away from Kiongozi. And you can always tell the behavior of the girls when they are not happy with certain males close or near them. So Kaleo has gone down the laga, and I think Nusurika is that female you're seeing there from the Marsh Pride, might also want to follow her. And maybe as it's getting warm, they might now want to take the advantage of the shade, and there she goes, following her and entering the laga, where most likely they will spend the day, or maybe possibly the next couple of days. Beautiful. I have to say very well done to those two girls for having defended those cubs. Very well done. If lions were taking Momo's drink, and I would have bought these two girls Momo's drink. But yeah, I mean, Taxi, lions, we know when there are new takeovers, when we get males taking over from the previous males, we have seen the new males killing all the cubs. And the reason for that is to make sure the females very quickly go in estrus and they're able to get their own cubs, or they're able to mate and sire their own cubs. Very good. Just trying to point something to Mufasa to see whether he can see what I'm not seeing and the direction they have walked. But I think they have entered the lager, and that's where they're going to remain for the rest of the day. Very good. I think we're going to move off and see what else we'll see around, and in the meantime, we'll be taking you to Amakala and finding out how things are in Amakala.
Well, we've landed the drone. We're now on the move. Didn't see any animals from up there that were in our area. So we've kind of moved across, kind of gone past the highest part of Amakala, and now we're heading down, not down towards the basin, but we're just heading down from this hillside, or mountainside. The smell of peppers in the air. It's quite nice. This is an area, it's like a band between here and probably for the next 3-4 kilometers. It's like a band of open, not open, but like quite open grassland with shrubs where a lot of mpepo actually grows. And the further down we go, you'll actually find that we move out of that kind of that vegetation spot. It quite likes it up here. And this is also where the ellies quite like it as well. Got the hairy star apples, got the sweet thorn, the cat thorn, the guaris, nice grass. So they actually thrive up here when they want to be up here, which is quite cool. Rather quiet on the west this morning. And also noticing not very many tracks. But the tracks are here. Pied Crow, definitely the new section of Amakala now, where Nduli Lodge and Woodbury Manor are. It's a new section of the reserve. It's not difficult to navigate as in terms of getting around. I know the area. It's the road names that I don't know. So when guides call something in, like say for example that's where the elephants are at the moment. When guides call a road in, I have no idea where that road is. But if they say it's south of the lodge or it's northeast of the lodge, I have a kind of a small idea as to where exactly they're talking about. If they say open plains just before the thicket where the lodge is, then I know exactly what they're talking about. It's just the road names. I don't know the road names there just yet. It will take time, but eventually, after a while, I'll get the hang of it. But for now, I mean, I think for somebody who's starting on Amakala new, I think the place where they might get confused quite a bit is Dune Thicket and everything west of the Dune Thicket, and then everything north are northeast of the river line on Amma North. It's lots of mountainous roads where it can be quite tricky to drive sometimes, but also there are a lot of roads on top of the mountains that, and because we don't often go up that side, it can be tricky for someone to try and figure out where they are. All the roads look the same, but they don't go to the same places. I know that when I started here, most of our training was done in around the basin and sort of kind of Clifton. It runs from the southern fence line all the way to pretty much the ridge line, and everything east. So everything from here that way is what we kind of drove around a lot, you know, studying the plants and finding the animals here. Everything west, we only ventured into the west a handful of times. So when I started driving guests and driving in that direction, there wasn't a lot that I knew. So it was constantly driving, looking at the map. Driving, looking at the map. Sean, there are a handful of animals that we can specifically look for, but at the end of the day, I think it's, you know, whatever we can find. Sometimes they're quiet days, and sometimes there's days where the animals, you know, kind of play in our favor. They come maybe closer to the side, but it depends. The animals are so active here that someone will call them in here. You get there and they're gone, and you're now looking around and you're like, well, where on earth did these animals go? And because it's so thick, so shrubby, it's easy to lose animals like this. Like, the whole herd of elephants can be sitting right here and we wouldn't know unless we either heard it, or we saw the tracks going in there, or we saw an elephant. But if they're standing there sleeping or standing still, not moving around, not making a noise, you'd never know that they were there. Even if their tracks went in there, you kind of do circles around and see, well, the tracks don't come out, but there's also many ways that they could have, you know, left this area without having to cross over roads. You know, they could have crossed over this road, we wrap around to that road, can't see them because maybe they crossed over and then started heading north, which is along all grass.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Cedric Leslie Dold. I grew up mostly here in the Lowveld. I grew up here pretty much on the southern side of Kruger National Park, a place called Marlow Park, for most of my years. Something surprising about myself, I did play drums in a band for many years. Best sighting I presented, we found Palumba and the two cubs, and the cubs are just way big.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
talking about the brown hyena, they were talking about the 2 male cheetah that were moving around, and we were around the corner, but because I thought it was a brown hyena, I thought, okay, well, we've just seen that brown hyena, we lost it, someone else obviously picked it up, and I thought, well, we're not going to go and jump into that sighting. It seems like there were a lot of people there. Had we known it was a cheetah, I think it would have been a completely different outcome, because I had never seen those boys just yet. So I was almost kicking myself, but it is what it is. We're gonna send you to a virtual safari with Masudu all the way down in Sibuya. Let's see what he got up to.
Hello everybody, welcome at Sibuya Game Reserve, and we're gonna be going out and go and explore the amazing wildlife. So today we're up early in the morning, and with just the first light coming through, we're quite fortunate managed to find the lions. So where they are right now, they are catching a nap, cuddling under a bush. So it's been a cold night and also still a cold morning. Rise and shine. Good morning, lions. Right on the other side, on that weird looking tree, which you can see that only just the top part of that tree, there's some leaves. And all the way at the bottom, there's no leaves. And the one animal that's responsible for that is the giraffe. So that's what we call a spider bush. There's 2 different birds right over there. So the one on the left hand side, that's the Cape Crow. And then the one on the right hand side, that's a jackal buzzard. So both the jackal buzzard and the crows also do compete for the same resources. So they do scavenge sometimes. So if something dies out here, they will go for it and go and scavenge around it. So I'm sure the crows, they don't want to share. So right now, we got a nice, beautiful, lovely sighting of the yellow mongoose. So the one that we can see right over there, that's a little one. Just right behind it, just hiding a little bit in the bush, that's the mom. So she's got 2 little ones. So I've seen them before. Just to see them right over there now, close to their den. Such a lovely sighting. So these are what we call Haworthia coarctata. So it's one of the succulent plants that we're having. And in the reserve thus far, this is the area where I know how to find them. So this succulent, it's native to Southern Africa, and then you can normally find it down here in the Eastern Cape. So looking up close, you can see the leaves. They're almost like arranged in a spiral way. So the reason why they're arranged like that is so that each and every leaf can at least be able to get enough sunlight. So not to try have its shadow covering the other leaf. So by succulents, looking at the succulents, we're normally talking about plant species that can survive harsh conditions. They normally get to store moisture on the leaves. They can store moisture on the stem, and sometimes some of them can store water on their roots. And right on the other side, we got a nice lovely sighting of Zungu. So one of the male elephant bulls that we have in the reserve. So he's normally a little bit shy, often by himself. And it's lovely sometimes to see him joining up with the herd. You can see he's got his minions right over there, some warthogs around him. So it's more like a beautiful portrait of those dry trees and him right in the center right over there. This would make a beautiful painting. The sun is setting right on the other side, and it's been a beautiful, lovely day here at Sibuya Game Reserve. So we're going to be calling it a day. Thank you for joining us, Stay tuned for more exciting adventures next time.
Well, welcome back live, everybody. It's always lovely to spend time there in Sibuye. We found tracks of the Pride heading towards the block the buffalo went into, but yeah, they've gone in and nothing is coming out. So we're just carrying on a little bit, seeing if maybe backtracking them a little bit might find some of the lions lying up on the trail. Checking areas we haven't yet checked in the last few days. There's tracks of a nice big male heading down this way, but I think those were there the other day. Yeah. It's a lovely part of the reserve this. We've just crossed the one dry riverbed called the Diope, which feeds down into the Timavati River coming up. A number of little pan systems here. The lions have been spending a lot of their time on this side since the rains. You got something? Malema, well, you know, we can't sometimes get into the block. So if they're in the block, then we know they're in the block. And then we have to come and work that area later. You know, sometimes I do walk in and track, but if the block is inaccessible, which quite often is the case here, then that's it. We have to leave them. But these lions, they know how to give us a hard time. If we'd found lion tracks earlier, that giraffe kill would have been very suitable. As you noticed, this was a very accessible area. But with this Pride, they kill giraffes, eat them in a day. It's quite something to behold. Not sure what's going on with the weather today. The wind is picking up from the south. Looks like there's some weather building there. We get a lot of our proper rain, like days worth of rain coming from the south and the southeast, from the cyclonic systems that happen there. Might be what's happening now, I'm not sure. Neither Paul and I trust what our phones say anymore. Is that right, Paul? Aye. We come to the Timavati River. Okay, so we're gonna go send you over to a clip that happened on this day.
Epic. Where did the second one come from?
By the tail.
So the second one does look like a snake. No ways. I might have to reverse if they keep coming under the car. Oh, it's a legless skink, but I'm trying to like identify this snake that's come out.
Wow, how interesting is that? A skink running or trying to slither away from a snake. Now, there are a number of snakes out here that will eat other snakes, and then of course they will eat skinks. Skinks being smaller than snakes, thinner, and obviously they tend to, well, skinks feed on a different food source than snakes do. But they're, like I said, snakes will eat other snakes as well. Something like a Cape Cobra has been seen fighting with a boomslang. There was a Cape Cobra that was seen fighting with a puff adder. What was the other one? I think it was, no, I don't think it was a puff adder. I think it was a mole snake, some form. The Cape Cobra being a venomous snake, and the mole snake being a constrictor. Two completely different snakes, but quite big snakes. Mole snakes can get large. I've seen one, it looked like it was 2 meters long in the Western Cape. I don't think it was. I think it was probably just maybe a meter and a half. But where we saw it, it stood, it kind of rose itself up, saw us, and then slithered away very quickly, and it was massive. Anyway, we've got some red hartebeests here, who are, some of them are actually now hiding in the shade, but this one can just see a little bit of its backside, and now backside's gone. They're out here grazing. They would have been grazing from quite early this morning until around about now. And now they can, say again? And now you can see them all kind of congregating there, sitting in the shade. I think it's been quite, the sun has warmed them up quite a bit, and they're not too keen to be out in the sun for too long now. And they'll probably end up resting, till just after midday, and they'll get up, start moving around. Or what happens with the sun will change its obviously direction and where it's shining, and where they are sitting, they might be exposed to the sun, so they probably might want to move. Here's a lady who looks like she could be giving birth very soon. I wouldn't say she's about to pop, but I'd give it a few more weeks. I'd say maybe sometime middle of Jan she might be potentially giving birth. And I think that's the story with a lot of different females now. Sure. I don't know, that's a good question. It might not be, it could well be. I think, sheesh. I mean, I saw lots of puff adders when I was in the Lowveld. More in such a short period of time than I've ever seen altogether. I think, no, it varies. I think places where you tend to find lots of field mice, lots of also kind of buildings where there are lots of mice living within them, you're going to find puff adders. You're definitely going to find puff adders, you're definitely going to find boomslang. And obviously with these buildings, you just have to make sure that you kind of you block all these little holes that can allow all these little mice in, because obviously what's going to follow the mice is the snakes. But we'd like to thank Bush Tech for providing us with the most luxurious tents that allow us to sleep under the stars, listen to all the animals, and for sponsoring this sunrise safari. A little bit of a breeze starting to kick up, and we know where this could potentially take us to a very windy day. Cabello, they do fight. They do fight. Oh my goodness, look at that tiny, tiny little one. And that's definitely mom in front of it, and a lady that's about to burst in front of her. But hartebeest, the males quite often engage in these in fights, and basically the way that I can describe it is it looks like ibex fighting. So the way that the ibex, those goats, they stand up on their hind legs and then they bash each other's heads. It's pretty much the same with red hartebeest, except they're not standing on their back legs and bashing. They actually go down on their knees, on the front legs. They bend their front legs and go down low to the ground, and quite often you'll see them kind of hitting their heads, but it's almost like they run at each other. And the impact, I've had it where they've hit each other and they've been like 50 meters away from us. The impact, if you were standing next to them, I'm sure you would have felt the vibration through the ground. It was so hard, but that's why their tusks are that's why their horns are so thick for the males, because, well, obviously they hit each other quite hard. Females, their horns are not as thick as the males. They're quite thin. They don't use them for fighting. They use them more so to kind of usher another male away from them. So, try and protect themselves from big animals like cats, cheetahs and lions. So it's more safety for the females, as it is an instrument to fight males with. Very cool. It seems like some of them are actually starting to move around. They're used to being out here in the heat, the blistering heat. We're gonna send you over to Tim, see what he's got.
We finally caught up with our lions, and they've not given up. It seems like they're still on pursuit. They're still on the hunt for the buffaloes. So right now they've been cornered, and right now they're at the heart of the Makari stream. So they keep on being chased. And you can tell the buffaloes are still determined to push them away. But this is what happens. So when buffaloes put up a fight, one of them makes a tiny, small mistake, and then that's the end of game. So they're all surrounded. And right here at the heart of the Makari stream, we have about 7 sub-adults from the Black Rock Pride. You can see it's going off on the other side. So when we first saw them in the morning, I think the one that was cornered has been injured, and these lions are looking for that particular buffalo. I can hear a distress call, and one of them is also very... listen to that. One of the big bulls is not happy at all. Hear the snorting and the mowing. Wow, I thought it was end of game. Hammer cop flying, trying to give away the lions. So the lion is just under that tree. On it, I would say in a month I would see about 1 or 2, or maybe in a year I'll see maybe 4 kills. So I've been here for almost a month and plus, but I've not been lucky to see a kill. I only see the aftermath. I've been following this pride for over a month now, and every time the closest I've got is today, where they jumped on that buffalo. It's always nice seeing these incidents, seeing this action happening here. But in 2020, when we're doing SafariLIVE, that was the time I saw the most kills of my guiding career. I saw about almost 20 kills. From the Ololo Pride and some of the prides around the Mara Triangle. But here, let's see if our lions will be lucky. They're not going to give up, and seems like the buffaloes are not in any way going away. Jet, it depends on what particular species they're going for. So if it's in an open area, then there'll be more timing. If it's in a bushy area like this, then the chances are that it will less over timing, not so much time spent to hunt or to stalk. But when you talk about an open patch, remember, prey species can be able to see. And so to do element of surprise is very important. But in this particular case, already they know that the lion is there. It's only that they cannot get visual that much. Listen to that bull. So it's dependent on the habitat, the biome, and also where the both species are, the prey and the predator. I might change position again to see if I can get visual of the lion, because it seems like the palm trees, oh, I can see the lion on this side, but not for the camera, not good for the camera. Let's see what David is doing as I try to reposition for a good angle to see the buffalo and lions. So it looks like this stream here. Oh, I can see a lion crossing over. So he's come back to this side. Big James, are you okay there? You can see the lion there on the bank. We have to communicate. I have to communicate with my cameraman here. He's the boss, so I have to ask him if he's okay with my positioning. So right in the heart of the Makari stream, that dark patch, I can see one lion there. You can see where the phoenix palm is pointing, and right at the sandy bank, you can see the lioness. Oh, there's one here. There's one lion here. Hello, buddy. So one wrong move from the buffalo, it's gonna be end of game. So game of patience has to be in action here. So they have to wait until when the buffaloes are absent-minded, or they just give up and just decide to go. But because it's the only source of water currently, so these lions have to hang around here and wait. I can see one is drinking now. It was a big chase, and I think it's time to go and look for some shade. See, there's one walking along the stream now and looking probably to cross over. There's actually two. I can hear the buffaloes mowing because they've already picked up the scent. They know the lions are here. So let's see what David is doing, because our lions are trying to walk along the stream. I think they want to change position and go around this buffalo. Look at this. He's decided to come closer to me and maybe say hi to me and tell me that it's a big hunt, it's a big pursuit. It's a safe spot around here because the buffaloes cannot see them. So these two, he's found a good spot. So waiting perfectly because the buffalo's coming to drink, and then it will be ambush time.
Hello, I'm James Henry, and I'd like to take you on a very different kind of safari through the wild heart of Madagascar. In Andesibe, we'll track the Indri's eerie call through misty rainforest. Then it's east on to Masuala, where lemurs leap through the jungle, coral reefs glow beneath the waves, and adventure waits around every bend. Come, let's explore it together.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? Wild Earth Travel's newsletter is your passport to a magical journey. Explore exclusive travel options featuring special offers at stunning Wild Earth locations and all hosted by your favorite presenters. Don't miss out. Head over to our website and subscribe to the Wild Earth Travel newsletter today and stay in the know on all our unforgettable adventures. Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
Quite excited to see what's going to unfold. It's still time for a last minute surprise. There's still time. Anything can happen. I wonder what the amigos have got up to. I know that they crossed back over towards North, where they've been enjoying themselves. We heard a lion earlier, but I don't think it's one of ours. I don't think it's our guapo. At some stage we will make a trip to that side of the reserve to perhaps go and see him, see what he's been up to. And the last time I saw him, he was half in a bush, lying on his back with his belly to the sun, enjoying himself. Catherine, absolutely. It has been a lovely, lovely sunrise safari drive. We hope everyone has enjoyed it. But I think your questions and comments, as always, have been great. Lovely to hear from all of you, or from a lot of you. And obviously we encourage everyone to get involved in the conversation. If you're curious about something, ask away. Absolutely, that's why we are here. And we love sharing. But from us here in South Africa, we are calling it a wrap. For myself, Steve, and Cedric, please do stick on for the SafariLIVE, and hoping Tim and David have a successful last little bit of drive. Hopefully there'll be some lovely action. Maybe those lions eventually will make their cure. And we hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday morning so far, and we shall see you
Hello and jumbo everyone, a very warm welcome to the Masai Mara National Reserve. My name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Mufasa, and this is SafariLIVE. A beautiful day, the sun is out, feeling so good to be out here, and I have big plans for you today, and one of the plans is to say goodbye. This will be my last day with SafariLIVE. Of course, I'll be back in the afternoon, but this will be my last day before I head out tomorrow home for some break. I've been here for 100 days or so. I just need to have a break, go to the village and see my family for Christmas and for the New Year. So my plans at one point will be to do a small little dance for you, to say goodbye to you, and to say goodbye to the new boys that I gave the name the T-Boys. Very difficult to see them go, but I'll be maybe coming back next year to see them again. So remember to join me for a small little dance and to say little goodbyes. But in the meantime, we'll take you to the southeast of the Mara for team to say good morning to all of you.
Jambo Jambo, good morning and welcome to Nkewa. We're right at the heart of the Makari stream, not far from the Nkewa camp. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. This morning we have some action, and this is a pride that has tried as much as they could to take down a buffalo, but seems like it's not possible yet. But still, they're very patient, and you can see the buffaloes in the background have given up. A little while ago, there's a little bit of push-up and fight ensued around here. So all in total here we have about 7 sub-adults from the Black Rock Pride. And they're eyeing, they're watching because there's some calves there, there's some young ones. So when we opened the show at around 7 this morning, around 6:30, there was an action. So these lions were able to grab, one of them grabbed the buffalo on the side, but the buffalo got away. They're still pursuing, they still have energy because I've seen them with a little bit of blood stain, so they have more energy. And that's the reason why sometimes lions get into success, because the more they feed, the more they become active in hunting. So this action is what we always come for. This is what we always wait. This is live and interactive show, and we're hoping that this will soon be successful. Watching them walk is trying to isolate which one to go for. The problem is the calves are placed in the center, in the middle of the herd, and it's hard to just walk straight to them. So in the meantime, he has to keep on looking and watching to see if there's one that is injured, one that is very slow, old, because the 7 of them can team up very well and be able to bring one buffalo down. Because their mothers, the pride members of the Black Rock Pride, have specialized in taking down buffalo. And it means that they've been having a very good training session from when they were young. Right now, because they're almost leaving the pride, then this is action that they need. They need to be successful. They need to be consistent in hunting, because once they leave their mother's territory, they end up becoming, independent, and that is the moment what they need. There's some people who've come to watch, because this action, you never get to see this all the time. It's the only source of water currently, and this is why the buffaloes like coming here. Sasha, put your patience on, fingers crossed, toes crossed. We might see some action. Sometimes it might take time, but it's worth the wait. David is gonna put up a show, and let's see his dance moves. Will soon be paid because these lions are on the advantage. Again, you can see the buffaloes are still not aware. They thought that they pushed them off. That look from that buffalo seems like, yeah, I can watch something around there, but you can't come around here. So the air is thick here and the tension is on one side, probably from my side and the lions, because from this morning it was all tension high. You can see he's now crouched low on the grass. Tells you that he's relaxed right now, waiting. This can be a whole day process. You can wait the entire day. I've seen them waiting. The longest I've waited for lions to hunt was about 12 hours. And let's see. I hope it happens before the end of the day, because I think they've got full energy. So this is the moment where patience decides everything. So even in life, we get to be patient, and learning from animals around here, it really is a good learning curve. It's a good lesson when we watch animals, how they're patient. I think they're the best teachers. So experience is starting to pick in, and also the learning curve, because most of the time you find that the sub-adults, the less experienced lions, are the ones that are impatient. Animal lovers, yes, they are aware, because previously when we got here, they were chasing them into the stream. But because they don't have visual of them, that's why they've retreated back into the open. Because they can't see the lion yet, because the wind is blowing, so the lions are downwind, and that is also an advantage. So they thought they managed to push the lions out of their sight, but the lions kept on following back. So when you got here, all the lions were in the stream, and the buffaloes were mowing, the others were running, chasing them away. So it's calm now, it's patience. Oh, decided to crouch. Talk about patience. Talk about the weight game. So that is changing position. I can't see the rest of the pride, but I hope they can see him moving. So during a hunt, they watch, the communication is through visual. They can see what the rest of the members are doing. King, you're definitely right. It's a game of patience, and let's see. So the buffalo really know that the other ones with the calf, they know that the lions are around here. So they formed a semicircle where the calves are in the center. So just if anything happens, then they'll be ready to defend and to attack. So the buffaloes don't rush, they don't panic, they just wait. They know that these are sub-adults, because they're also experienced. They've gone through lion hunts, they've gone through hyenas, and they can be able to see. So if it was a big male, if it was the sub-adults together with the lionesses, then it would have been something different, because they all have gone away. so they can also intimidate. They know they can intimidate the youngsters. But being 7 of them, they can still put a buffalo down. So they're all walking into the open, into higher ground, as if saying, you know, lions are here, let's move over. So who will be left around here? Only the Dagger boys, because I've seen a few Dagger boys. Anthony, about 6 out of 10. I would say 6 out of 10. So a single mistake, then it will be end of game. So you can see the breeding herd is slowly moving towards the raised area to open ground, while the Dagger boys are going back into the marsh. So this is where we often find the Dagger boys, being the only best place for a source of water and also feeding ground, grazing ground. This is where they always come, because buffaloes, they drink on a regular basis. So those one of the species that will not stay a long time without drinking. So they have to go for water. And lions know, they know where to ambush them, they know where to wait. We have a few sources of good water and foliage and grass. So those are the hot spots where I've seen these lions guarding and also coming back and forth every time to see if they can make a kill. So actually one of the hot points where we have the calves from the Black Rock Pride is also a good source of water. You can see the calf right in the middle there, unaware of the danger looming. See, he's trying to just make a move and see where they're going to. So until when the buffaloes are relaxed and come back to drink, that's when they will try to ambush. Walking into the open is a danger for them because they have no cover, they have no place to hide. So this stream gives them a good cover. Teresa, it doesn't work that way. So if only the lion that cannot hunt is around, they can be able to share. But it's everyone for themselves. So even at kills, sometimes we see that there'll be a scuffle, there'll be a fight. So the strongest survive. So we get to see a little bit of dominance whenever it comes to fighting. But they can be able to share. So females never leave the natal brides. And whenever they take down their prey, they all happily share. And if the calves are around, they can also be sharing with them. So we tend to see a little bit of a push to shove when the sub-adults join to eat. But because of the motherly instincts, these lionesses from this pride always allow them to eat. I've seen when lions get to an old age, sometimes they struggle a little bit and they become scavengers at times. Only if the rest of the pride is around and gets to hunt, then they're always welcome, they're always free to join. I can see they're slowly retreating back, they're coming back to the green patch. because they have no visual of the lions. So right now they are calm but still vigilant. Let's see what David is doing with the lions as we wait for these buffaloes to come back and see what will unfold.
Well, once the buffaloes move off, then it's always a good idea maybe for a team to move. But then if the lions are going to stick in the same place he's at, then the best thing is just to stay there. Well, many thanks that you enjoyed my small little dance. And the whole idea, I'm sure all of you know, as I said earlier, this is my very last day in the Masai Mara. But I'll be back again in the afternoon for another Mara Live. And thank you for having enjoyed that little dance. Ideally, the whole dance was to celebrate Kaleo, and Kaleo is the girl that you're seeing there who has 2 cubs, and of course to celebrate and do a little goodbye to the T-boys. Now, you all know I personally changed the name. They're going to remain the Toppy Boys, but for me as I head home, I'll be calling them the T-boys. And the individual you are seeing here is the female from the Marsh Pride, and her name is Kaleo. Now, earlier during the SafariLIVE sunrise show or drive, we had this particular lioness having a bit of an altercation with Kiongozi. Kiongozi is one boy from the T-boys and had a very, very big altercation, and she had to move her cubs to where we are currently. I cannot see the cubs. I think she has touched them inside the lager, and this remains to be the Bila Shaka lager. And with her, behind her, as much as we cannot see her, is Nusurika, and Nusurika is another female from the Marsh Pride, and she has been giving Kaleo very good company. Grand Mango, Jumbo to you, and wonderful to hear your name. I mean, I don't know which one particular sighting I can single out. I have had so many sightings. I have seen the T-boys hunting. I have seen the marsh girls hunting. But there's one particular one, should be maybe mid-September towards end of September, where I saw the T-boys bringing down a hippopotamus. That was one big one for me. To have seen the T-boys bringing down a hippopotamus in an open area. And the other second one is when the T-boys brought down a buffalo very, very close to the marsh area. So those two will remain very, very close in my heart, and I'm gonna remember them as some 2 big highlights during my stint here in the Masai Mara. Gramango, always wonderful to hear your name, and many thanks for your comment.
There's a leopard. I've got a leopard here. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muscles and Paul. Well, it is Feline Friday. Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word. She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. Whoa. This is action-packed.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
To these cubs. I'm imagining because of the heat of the day, the mother have stashed them inside the laager just to keep them cool, and as maybe and just maybe they recover from that altercation earlier this morning with that one male. She's lying under the orange leafed crotons, and we know the orange leaf crotons are very good in repelling insects, and these cats, and especially lions and cheetahs, know that just so very well. Alicia, for lions, it's always a lot easier if they do dance differently, and they know in a den, like say a termite mound, so many things could go wrong. Remember, Alicia, in those termite mounds we have seen monitor lizards living in the same dens. The same termite mound dens, Alicia, have been patronized also by snakes, and the lionesses know that so well. They could not dare to put them in there because we have seen snakes going for them, or unfortunately, Alicia, at times we have seen our cubs suffering from venomous snake bites. So chances are they'll use rocks, cliffs, huge fallen logs of trees, laagers like where we are. In general, those are the dens that lions will use to keep the cubs. Well, from the lions in the northwest of the Masai Mara National Reserve to other lions with team southeast of the Mara.
So welcome back, and our lion managed, it says, to dagger boys, but they vanished over into the bushes, and he looks like he's very determined, so determined. Look at how he's watching, and look at how he's looking at the buffaloes in the background. It tells you like he's ready for some action, because he knows the rest of the sabados are around here, so they're not hungry. He's got some energy because he ate probably last night, because I could see some blood stain on his front leg and also the side of his chin. I think in the next 2 years it's gonna be one successful male lion, because there's 4 brothers, and that is going to be a formidable force. So we look at animals and just look at their body language, and that's when we tell that they are seeing something, that something's going to happen, because by the look of it you can see how he keeps on moving his head. Look, ears pointed forward, eyes are fixated to the front. So whatever he's watching, probably that's the buffalo herd that we saw this earlier on. He's either thinking, can I go there or stay here? But it looks like he wants to make a move. It looks like he wants to go, because the buffaloes are walking back to the marsh. Watching them in action, watching them try, makes me very happy, knowing that they've already learned how to hunt. Jasper, when lions get to the age of about 7 to 8 months, they're introduced to the first hunt. All along their growth, they keep on learning. So even the play fights, how they watch their mothers from when they're hunting, if it's in a big pride or not, they learn from watching. They learn from the playful games that they play sometimes. And through that, they put that into action. So it's a matter of trial and error. The buffaloes fight back, zebras can also fight back, the kicks. So they learn from observing, watching the experienced ones. So one time in their life, they were introduced to the hunt, and it's either they are successful or not, but then it's a trial and error. So a little while ago, I saw them with their mother in a hunt, in a stroll, where they were pursuing some buffaloes, and always the alpha lioness or the lead lioness goes into action first, because the lionesses are not here, they're adults, so they've gone back to the den, so they have to do it on their own. And big number, 7 in number, and then it's always a success. It also helps them, because being one, like right now, because of his inexperience, he tried to pursue a very big dagger boy, and I was wondering what he was doing. But sometimes, because of the panic, because of the scare, that buffalo might trip into a mud hole and can be end of game. Time of day is also important, because the hotter it is, the more energy they spend, because they exert lots of heat, because then they don't have the spores like us humans, so they don't have the sweat glands, and that can also be a disadvantage. But because lions can be opportunistic, they can do it any time of the day, but preferably they do it at night. So this pride have always been taking down prey during the night, evening, and when the weather or the temperatures cool down. So inexperienced lions like these sub-adults are the ones that will take action during the day, because they don't have the patience, they don't have the tolerance. They've not learned this yet, but still is transitioning for them to be able to do it and to know what time is best. It's always a try and error, but once or twice it's a hit or miss. Just checking to see if the buffaloes are coming back. Because this is a marshy area, this is where the dagabos will always make a return. Just watching it to see, because if he's seen, then he might be in danger. When buffaloes see sub-adult lions or young lions, they tend to harass them, they tend to go over them, they tend to fight them, and they see them sometimes pushing them away. And if it's one like this one, those dagger boys can come and try and chase him away from this spot. So you have to keep on looking, but still determined on watching over the breeding herd. Remember this morning, he managed to grab that buffalo, but there's one that came to fight back, and they lost it. They lost it. I'll say that was a failed attempt, but it was very close, very close. So I'll press him to about 2.5, almost 3, and you can see the development of the mane. I think he's going to be like his father, Manuele. He's still restless. But you know, they have a very sharp sense of hearing. Whatever is walking in the background, he can be able to pick that up, even if I'm close to him like this. Because my hearing ability is not as sharp compared to this lion. Jake, they're in the reeds just close to where I am. This is Makari stream, and the reeds have made a shade for these lions. They've all gone into the shade. He's the only one out. He's watching over to see if they all make it back to the marsh. Looking at that tree, looking up in the air to see if there's vultures around. You can see how the ears are twitching. It's also very nice to see how it blends in, and you can see the backdrop. You can see one of the hills in Serengeti, so we are very close to Serengeti. Remember, this is the same ecosystem. So Mara and Serengeti is the same ecosystem. So the Makari stream, which is to the left of my screen, flows into the Sand River. The Sand River flows into the Mara. So the Sand River is the border between the two countries and the two game reserve, two national parks. I'll wait patiently here because he's still not relaxed as I send you over to David, keeping an eye on our lion here.
Yeah, the Sand River divides us, the Mara and the Serengeti National Park, and that we are talking of Kenya and Tanzania. And actually, in that particular river, I'm sure Tim possibly was saying, they have a lot of fresh water, or that river usually has a lot of fresh water. I'm trying to guess from where I am if to go around the other side of the Bila Shakalaga. Now, I've come back to where we had Kiongozi, and it is this particular area. Kiongozi had an altercation with those two girls we have seen, and myself and Mufasa are trying to find out if we can see him or any of the other member of the T-Boys. This is where they have been for the last, I would say, 4 days, and I don't think they have gone anywhere else. Maybe we have a small little bird here, Mufasa. If we can just first put that bird on a frame, hopefully she does not fly away. I think it's a black-shouldered kite. You'll just let me know.
Where is she?
Oh, sorry, that's here. You see the broken logs? Yes. You see her now? Yes, yes. There's a black and white bird there. Some sort of a carnivore. And Mufasa is very good in picking her up. Well done, Mufasa. Lovely. Mufasa on camera with me today is very excited to see that particular bird that he's seeing her for the first time, and that is a black-shouldered kite, and it has two names. We can also call her the black-winged kite. I think black-winged kite is the current name. Super carnivore will catch small mammals, and exactly where she is, she's definitely looking under in the laga to find out if she can catch anything for herself. So we used to call them way back, as I said, black-shouldered kites, but now the new name for these kites, we are calling them the black-winged kite. Black-winged kites, that's the new name for these particular birds. way back, I used to confuse it with the pygmy falcon, but pygmy falcons are much smaller in size than this particular fellow. Not sure what should be looking there, but definitely some food. Tom, in general, kites are smaller than eagles. In general, kites are smaller than eagles, and I would say the brown kites or the black kites that we have here in Africa, the black kite could be some of the largest kites we have. But Tom, looking at eagles, we are talking of snake eagles, for example, which are big in size. We are talking of eagles like the Marshall eagles, huge birds in size. But in general, I would say the eagles are bigger than the kites. It's getting very windy here where we are, and you can see this black-winged kite is just struggling to hold on, and under it is the Bila shakalaga, and possibly it can see either some movement of some mammals in there, and she's just there waiting to eat something. And we have goshawks in the Mara, and we have the pale chanting goshawks. And not sure, I mean, where you spoke about goshawks, but goshawks are some of the most beautiful birds that you'll ever see, especially the pale chanting goshawks. When you see them, you're just good to watch. And they have one of the best hunting strategies that I have seen. I'm talking about the duck chanting, especially the duck chanting goshawk. They're always lovely to watch. Let me see if I can get them in my book here, and hopefully our kite doesn't fly away. The wind is building very, very heavily, and she's just holding right there. 42. Will be requesting my friend Mufasa. We need to show John how the goshawks look like, and especially I'm talking about the pale chanting goshawk. Footy. For 1 minute. The duck chanting one was 36 and 41. All right, 36 and 41. Okay, let me know when Mufasa. Hold on 1 minute, Mufasa, and I request you to come to my book here, my book for the birds. Let me know when you can, and we're gonna show right there. I'm gonna put it there, and I want to show John the eastern chanting goshawk and most of the duck chanting goshawk. Let me know when you're sawa. You let me know. All right. Very good. Now, John, this is the duck chanting goshawk right there. And when you look at the Siri here, you can see the orange on the Siri there and on the legs. But also we have another goshawk that's called the eastern pale chanting goshawk. And there's one big difference between the two. Now, this one here is the eastern. Are you with me, Mufasa? Very good. This one here, John, is the eastern pale chanting goshawk. And I'm saying there's one big difference between the two, and it's on the Siri, on the beak. You look at the legs, they're both orange and orange. But look at the Siri here on top of the beak of the duck chanting goshawk, it's orange. But when we look at the eastern pale chanting goshawk, it have like yellowish different color on the Siri. But in terms of behavior, feeding and everything else is always the same. Now, we'll move on because I came here chanting the boys that I had seen before, and especially I'm talking about Kiongozi, who, as I said today, did not make me very happy, having seen him terrorizing Kaleo. But the lizard buzzard, will. What about if we stop here and have a look at this? Mufasa, she's very, very close. She doesn't seem to be moving away. Let's see if, let me know when you're sour. Very strange. Our kite have remained where it was. And I'm just trying to think, the lizard buzzard could be much smaller in size than the eastern pill-chanting goshawk. I don't want to be very loud so that she doesn't fly away. It's very strange. But you can see it's just being blown by the wind and not moving away. Apparently also we know the lizard goshawk, if you look at it carefully, it has a small crest. It has a small crest on the head, unlike the eastern pill-chanting goshawk. I would say the big difference between the two is that the lizard goshawk have a small crest on the head, while the pill-chanting or the duck-chanting goshawk don't have that crest. That could be, John, for me, the big difference between the two. But in terms of behavior, feeding, they are all very good raptors. I think this is the closest I have seen a black-winged kite. John Main, most of the birds, I would say they do 180 degrees. But we have always thought some of the owls can do 360. Some of the owls, not exactly 360, but some of the owls can maybe do more than that. But in general, for me, John Main, I can say many birds can do 180 comfortably without straining their necks. Owls will do a little bit more. They will need to find out, what could be happening out there. But I would say, John Main, even for the owls, I doubt they can do 360. What maybe they can do, maybe 200, 180 degrees. Most birds can do, but I do not know, John Main, of a bird that can do 360 degrees. John Main, I highly doubt we have any bird that can do 360. You'd imagine, John Main, taking your neck, taking your head, zzz, that's a full circle. I would say, John Main, no one bird that I know of that can do 360 degrees. The most they can do, I would say 180 for most birds, but the owls could do maybe a little bit more, 250 and 270. But John Main, I highly doubt we have any bird, and especially here in Africa, that can do 360 degrees. It's not easy to turn that head. 270, it's very possible for the owls, but not 360 for any bird that I know of. Very well done, Mufasa, for having caught up with that black-winged kite as we move on to find out what we see. In the meantime, we'll go back to Tim, and Tim has caught up with his buffaloes.
Talking about 360 and how birds can swing or turn their heads.
Well, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, once in a while we face those technical challenges, and when they happen, our engineers come out very, very quickly and they fix things, and I'm sure Tim will be back in business very, very soon. Now, we have a tree here that has so many starlings. Apparently, Mufasa is against the light, but this tree is full of starlings, and some of the starlings here are I'm just trying to look. Superb starlings. We have also the wattled starlings, and not sure why on this particular tree. Let's see if you can hear them. Mufasa, you have your boom pumped up on the volume. Mufasa is the gentleman on the camera with me this morning. Hopefully we can hear them. Such a great tree for them. Lots of shade in it. Starlings are very glossy birds, and I think our black-winged kite is back. Very good for Mufasa for catching up with her. Now, these kites have been known to feed on smaller birds. Not sure she is up to no good here. Sometimes they've been known to look for eggs on trees, and I'm not trusting this particular kite, this black-winged kite here. Look at her. She exactly reminds me of the pygmy falcon. Again, as I said, the pygmy falcons are two. What do you see, Mufasa? Oh, this is a dove there. Bush Baby, you're saying you love superb starlings, and you'll be surprised we have also some pigeon, a green pigeon, I guess. Well done, Mufasa. Bobby, you're saying you love superb starlings. Not sure where, Bobby, you come from, but the starlings in Kenya are very glossy. I was told by one of my friends from the US that in America they also have starlings, but where he comes from, or where she comes from, rather, they're not as bright as the starlings here. Now, we got a green pigeon there, and the green pigeon have been spotted by Mufasa. Mufasa, very well done. And in the same frame, we have our black-winged kite and all the starlings here. Just not sure what they're saying. Let's take a listen. And apparently, if you look very carefully, and Molava, good point and good observation there. Yesterday, I wanted to beat Steve, and where were all these birds here? Because in this one particular tree, and Molava, we got 5 species, and that's good comment. Hopefully, we are going to reverse, and I'm going to request Mika, the director, to count my 5 birds here. And if that will happen, I am going to beat Steve fair and square. And Molava, happy that you're with us yesterday, and happy that you're still with us today, because I have also seen all these starlings here. There are 3-4 different species of starlings. Apparently, I have seen a violet-backed starling, which I think that could be my second time to have seen a violet-backed starling in the Mara since I got here. And as I said earlier, we also got the watered starlings. Watered starlings tend to tag along with wildebeest during the migration and the zebras, but also I saw some Hildebrand starlings and the superb starling on or in the same tree. Very, very vocal. Can you still see our pigeon? Still there, our pigeon. We still have the kite. You can still see the kite, the black-winged kite, and the green pigeon that you spotted. Very well done. I'm so proud of you. Mufasa. Mufasa is the gentleman on the camera with me this morning. Very good. They have been known to eat eggs and even smaller birds. They're very, well, not naughty, but Aisha, most raptors have red eyes. Some have orange eyes. and some yellowy eyes like the snake eagles. So not all, but most of them will have yellow, red or orange eyes. And to us, you think is that one color of eyes that will tend to scare the prey. But yes, most of them, that's the color of eyes they have. You can see what Mufasa Aisha is trying to show you.
I'm Ralph, and I'm taking you to Sibuya Game Reserve, which is one of the only game reserves in Southern Africa accessed only by boat. We'll stay at the luxury forest camp overlooking the Kariga River with an abundance of bird life and animals grazing on the opposite bank. Luxury tented suites set in a riverine forest offers the perfect place for privacy and comfort. Join me on Sibuya and let's experience it together.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website. Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure. Every month, something wild lands in your inbox. From rare sightings and behind-the-scenes secrets to expert stories, seasonal changes, and exclusive travel opportunities, the Wild Earth Journal is your free monthly mailer, packed with the magic of the wild straight from the field. It's fun, it's free, it's full of surprises. Sign up now on the Wild Earth website.
Are looking for. That is what they're waiting for. We know that they're there, but we can't see them. Even the buffaloes can't see them. But you can see the movement. They're retreating away from the stream, and that's just about instinct. So the wind is blowing from us, going to the buffalo and to the lion. So the lions are downwind, and it's a good, perfect position, perfect point on where to decide if they want to ambush them. It's very important to note that when lions are going for a hunt, they have also to check about the wind, because they're picking some target, and the target is the young ones, the ones that cannot really put up a big fight. The Dagger boys, the old big boys, have a lot of experience, and when it comes to defending themselves, they can really put up a fight. I've seen lions getting killed, who got killed by buffaloes, and they know from their experience. I think one or twice they've been chased, or maybe, who knows, got by the buffalo horns. So it's very important when they come to this herd and try and isolate one. Jillian, I'm glad you had a fantastic time, and it's always my pleasure. But stay tuned, joining us again this afternoon. We'll be back on the SafariLIVE session and the SafariLIVE. So this brings us to the end of this morning SafariLIVE show. It's been an incredible session out here on these plains, not far from Nkewa camp. Been a good action-packed. My stomach was filled with butterflies because of those lions trying to hunt, the buffaloes pushing back. It was a very incredible session, seeing the lion that has come into an end of the mating season, it's also very nice. So from David and myself, thank you for joining us, and we welcome you back again this afternoon at 3 p.m. Kenyan time. As I say, jambo and goodbye, olesere, see you again, and bye-bye.